Can we all remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you. We may all be seated. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Premier, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties, the Deputy Chief Whip, presiding officers, our guests. You are all welcome. Let me remind all our guests that we do have the rules that govern the conduct of members in the House. We also have a rule that governs the conduct of the guests, because sittings belong to members, they don't belong to the guest. All what you need to do is just to observe. No photos should be taken of any member in the House, but also no clapping of hands. At times members get taken, they might want to sing, and I will deal with them, but you don't join them as they do so. But thank you very much. You are all welcome. But we also thank you very much for taking interest in the business of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, which is really your legislature. Thank you very much. You are all welcome. In terms of apologies, I think the apologies that were read yesterday, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Malema, Honorable Dlamini, they are all attending a conference in the US. Honorable Hassan, still on leave for personal commitments. Member Dos Santos on leave. Member Mukwebo off sick. Honorable Alberts attending to an urgent party business. Honorable Makhene, standing apology also that was read in the past week. I am informed that our guests come from Ratanang Community Project and Banareng Theatre from the city of Joburg. We also have guests from International Assemblies of God. I hope they will pray for us. Coming from Ward 88 in Eguruleni Christian Workers Ministry, Almac Development Center, Zamakawe Holdings, Wayside Feeding and Development, Alrapak Sports Development, Alrapak Anti-Crime Unit, Uradilo Community Center, and Kwatsaduza Commuters Forum, and some guests from the Democratic Alliance who are also here. We are all welcome. If I did not mention your organization or where you're coming from, it's not intentional, but it's only because I don't have those details.
Speaker.
Why? Wait.
Okay.
Please. I don't have the details. The details that I have is what I have read, but we take note of everyone that is here, including all our citizens who have joined virtually and our members. Thank you very much. Honorable Masoleng.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. I did not hear you calling Member Khadebe's sick leave.
Well, I'm not informed, but I will take note of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dos Santos.
Madam Speaker, just to say that I am in the House today. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll withdraw the apology. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me check if there a member who wants to do an announcement. There's none. Thank you very much. Embassy statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. There is no request for that. Member statement in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, starting with Honorable Diaga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We commemorated World AIDS Day on 1 December, and it is therefore important to highlight the continuous fight against discrimination of people living with HIV, HIV activism and treatment. Discrimination of people living with HIV is still a major issue in our society, and we must all continue to work towards ending that. HIV activism has played a crucial role in raising awareness about the disease and advocating for the rights of people living with HIV. We must continue to support and empower the HIV activists in their efforts to fight against the stigma and discrimination. In terms of treatment, there is hope for the future. New, long-acting drugs to help prevent HIV infection has been developed, and they have the potential to significantly strengthen our response to the epidemic. However, it is important to note that there are still more than 12 million people living with HIV, while 1.7 million people were infected with HIV since 2019 as a result of lack of access to preventable treatment and sex education. Furthermore, a recent study by the Human Sciences Research Council indicates that new infections are still increasing amongst the youth. We must work towards ensuring that everyone has access to HIV treatment, care and education. The Gauteng AIDS Council has been working tirelessly to strengthen the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on HIV, TB, STIs in the province. We commend their efforts and encourage them to continue working towards achieving the goals of the NSP. In conclusion, let us remember those who have lost their lives to HIV and AIDS and those who are living with the disease. Let us continue to fight against discrimination, support HIV activism, and work towards ensuring that everyone has access to treatment and care. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Paradis Dikhabela.
Honorable Speaker, the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence is an international campaign to raise awareness on the impact that violence and abuse have on women and children. It further seeks to rid society of abuse. The campaign runs every year from the 25th of November to the 10th of December. The theme for 2023 is accelerating actions to end gender-based violence and femicide and leaving no one behind. In 2021, when the world was faced with a deadly pandemic, COVID-19, the President of South Africa, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, declared gender-based violence a second pandemic. The ANC-led Gauteng government has prioritized the fight against gender-based violence through this term. At national level, the President in 2022 signed 3 GBV laws aimed at strengthening the efforts to end GBV. In Gauteng, the ANC, through its roadmap, Growing Gauteng Together 2030, committed to building safer communities in which GBV is combated. To ensure that this is realized, the ANC-led government devised integrated responses which include Department of Social Development, leading accredited victim empowerment program sites that conduct monthly awareness and education campaign per hotspot. South African Police Services leading integrated Okai Molao operations that covered all hotspots through, through awareness, effective arrests, and raiding of suspect premises. Department of Community Safety led the implementation of saturation of subs-located hotspots. Deployment of GBV brigades within the wards across the province. These are just a few interventions. We must acknowledge, Madam Speaker, that while government is actively ensuring that the scourge of GBV is eliminated, more work still needs to be done. For this reason, we urge society to shun all patriarchal social norms that perpetuate violence against women and children. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mpapatele Matsogo.
Honorable Modise.
Madam Speaker, today marks 10 years since the passing on of the father of the nation, Comrade Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. As we remember him, we agree that akekho ofana naye, and may he continue to rest in peace. On Tuesday, November 28, 2023, we deposited in this House that an EFF member has been justly remunerated even though he has not been doing work for legislature. You then asked that we bring evidence forward, and today we can safely say this to the faces of EFF members, that their provincial secretary has not done any work for the legislature. Speaker, as per the announcement, tabling and committee reports dated Wednesday, September 20, 2023, the EFF provincial secretary is deployed as an alternative member of CSL and main member of the Rules Standing Committee. We can now tell the EFF members that their supposedly member of provincial legislature, Koma, has not been coming to any sitting, attending any oversight work, or attending to any portfolio committee meetings. This corrupt EFF provincial secretary is a mirror image of how EFF deals with its members, especially those who have political proximity to leadership, don't account. It's not only the provincial secretary that is untouchable, but also the provincial chairperson, who is involved in unquestionable and dodgy activities. Speaker, this year alone, we have had more than 15 sittings in this House, and the EFF provincial secretary has not attended any of those. He has been earning money meant for members of the provincial legislature, whilst he has been doing EFF work, using the taxpayers' money to attend to his EFF responsibilities. TK Neza is the ANC provincial secretary, and he does not earn money from the legislature to do ANC work. The EFF can no longer hide. The emperor is naked, and the center is not holding. The EFF leaders are corrupt, and the provincial secretary is a case in point. Speaker, the EFF secretary is the only member in this House who's deployed to only one committee, and he does not even attend that committee. We request that he pay back the money that he has been earning since the State of the Province address of 2023 February. And we'll follow up on this issue until he pays back the money. Because EFF, without political proximity to leadership, don't have anyone accountable. Thank you.
That was the member statement, the last member statement in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. I'm now going to call upon the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Makakula, to present a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120.
Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A motion without notice. I, Member Timakakula of the ANC Deputy
Speaker, on a
Chief
point
Whip,
of order, please.
hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121.
Oh, Honorable Makakula, let's hear the order.
Yeah, the PL is online now because he's got a statement to present in the House.
So, what is an order all about?
It's about taking another, moving from taking statements to another, it's an order, Chair.
Honorable Masoleng, there's no order about it. The next person that must present is the Deputy Chief Whip. What we are raising, I don't have. But it did not make a request in terms of the rules. Why should I allow that person to do it? Honorable Makakula, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Member Timakakula, the ANC Deputy Chief Whip, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rules 121 and 122 of the Standing Rules as follows. Noting that the Focus Intervention Study, FIS, report on the state of readiness on green transport by the Department of Transport and Logistics was not programmed for today's sitting of Tuesday, the 5th December 2023. Therefore, request that the House resolves to include the focus intervention study report on the state of readiness on green transport by the Department of Transport and Logistics to the orders of today's sitting, Tuesday, the 5th December 2023. I so move. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any seconder to the motion? Honorable Ndlovana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted by the House. Can I check if is there a member who wants to give notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121? There is none. Thank you very much. We're now going to deal with questions for oral reply to the executive in terms of Rule 134, starting with Honorable Shabalala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Further to COGTA A092, could the MEC please indicate what are the applicable tariffs in monetary value? How much has been paid to each of the following firms, law firms, dealing with labor disputes? Rapela Attorneys, Lepila Attorneys, Madlopa and Tenga Attorneys, Lindi Kumalo Attorneys, Sitole Attorneys, Rasekhwete Attorneys. 3, how much has been paid to each law firm for the following cases? Rapela Attorneys, for the following case, AP Jakala, MA Mahloko, M Chabalala, E Pandelani. Lepila Attorneys, for the following case, S Mutimkulu, Nakedi and 14 others, K Mozamai and others. Madlopa and Tenga Attorneys, for the following cases, NJ Mela, S. Ringe and others, B. T and others, Nene and 14 others, Nzwaki Mutswani and others, UN Mbele, Gabela and 35 others. Lindi Kumalo, Leboko and 2 others, M. Wisi Bulwani and others, Sitole Attorneys, Abram Mukhwantle and 2 others. Rasekhwete Attorneys, UN Chokolo and others. And what is the total cost of all legal fees paid to the law firms above? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In terms of question 1, the tariff charged by law firms vary from firm to law firm. However, the guidance for the tariffs are set by the Law Society of South Africa, and the cost is based on the seniority and years of experience for the attorney undertaking a particular matter. Roman figure 2, the question falls within the ambit of Mfuleni local municipality and in accordance with their records furnished to the department, the breakdown of the cost are as follows. Rapela Attorneys, 7,293,801.32 for labor cases. Lepile Attorney, 9,003,132.00. The amount includes legal and labor cases. Mahlopa and Tenga Attorneys, 669,801.32. The amount includes legal and labor cases. Lindi Kumalo Attorneys, 1,377,272.33 labor cases. Titular Attorneys, 6,368,091.60 labor cases. Rasekhwete Attorneys, 1,857,718.08 labor cases, and the total is 32,500,000 816.65. Once the individual records have been analyzed, a further breakdown will be provided on labor matters. The point from the municipality is that they still are analyzing some of these figures that they provided us with. Roman figure 3, the question also falls within the ambit of the municipality, and in accordance with their record furnished to the department, the breakdown of the costs are as follows. It must also be noted that the invoices need to be assessed individually to further contextualize costs associated with labor matters, legal and other related matters. In the interim, however, the breakdown of the following information is provided. Rapela attorneys, AP Jakala 5377167.25, MA Masloko 794,865.29, M Chavalala 804 510.89, E Pandelani, no invoice yet provided, NG Miller 317257.89. The total is 7,293,801.32. Lepile attorneys, S. Mtimkulu, 9033.139. Note to be taken that the costs include both labor costs and other legal costs. And the total, in terms of Nakedi and Motsamai, there was no information provided, and the total is 9,033,132. Matlopa and Tenga attorneys, NG Miller 6,669,801.32, and that's then becomes the total under that bracket. Lindy Kumalo attorneys, Liboko and others 518,589.14, MWC 9945.44. Bulwani and others 739,227.75. The total is 1,377,272.33. The total attorneys, Abraham Mokwantle and others 6,368,000 and 91.60. This amount covers the disciplinary hearing, bargaining council, and labor court attendance and preparation of papers. Rasrehote, JN Choloko, and others 1,857,718.08. The figure includes investigation on Jakala and JN Chokolo Betas. In terms of the last question, the question also falls within the ambit of the Mfuleni local municipality, and in accordance with the records furnished to the department, they break and also in accordance to the information received from them. It must also be noted that the invoices need to be assessed individually to further contextualize costs associated with labor matters, legal and other related matters. So a further breakdown of the costs for legal and other associated costs will be provided to the House by the 15th of January 2024 due to voluminous documentation that needs to be assessed. Madam Speaker, given our relationship with the municipality in terms of their response, we are really putting them under pressure to provide us with whatever information is there at a given time so that we can be able to discharge our responsibility. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think MEC, in terms of the request or the questions that were put to you, because it is too detailed. In future, we are not forced to respond to all the things in the House. What you can do is to just send a written response, because I think the detailed information, at times we also lose it ourselves as members. I'm sure we'll receive that as well. Thank you very much. Honorable Shabalala, do you have any? Honorable Shabalala, do you have a supplementary question or short remark?
Okay, no, thank you, Honorable Speaker. If you can check this question, it's a further to COGTA A092, because we submitted a written question. The MEC failed to give details. Hence, we did it as a oral question. So I think your statement that you must not respond is not appropriate. Honorable MEC, the cadres deployed by your organization, the ANC in Emfuleni, are defrauding Emfuleni municipality with the help of law firms. And what the ANC is subjecting to Emfuleni residents is quite sad and deeply concerning. And what is happening with regards to this money spent on labor matters, it is by far the clearest indication that the ANC cannot govern, and Mziko Malo is incompetent because he's failing to intervene and ensure that things are done properly in Emfuleni. How can a municipality that cannot even provide the most basic services like refuse collection, fixing of water leaks, closing of potholes and grass cutting, go on and spend millions and millions of rands on labor disputes? Yet the very same Emfuleni municipality have a legal department which is supposed to be handling these cases. What the ANC, Honorable Speaker, is doing in Emfuleni is very criminal.
Honorable Shabalala.
And very soon,
Honorable Shabalala, I'm sure you know the rule says a supplementary question or
it's a comment. It's a comment. It's a supplementary comment.
But we have made a comment already. It should be short. Thank you.
Yes, I'm saying, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shabalala.
Very soon, the ANC will pay for their sins and what
do you know
doing
what is short?
Emfuleni residents will punish them.
Honorable Shabalala.
Starting in 2020.
Honorable members, please can I rule? Honorable Shabalala.
We will rescue this province. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, when we say it's a short remark, it should be a short remark. It can't be a thesis. Thank you. Do we have any other supplementary question? Nothing. Can we request the MEC to respond?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think what I'm not going to do is to help Member Chabalala to be part of some small groupings that are there in Emfuleni and going around and saying things that are not there. The second part of it is that I know what is he going to do with this. I know that he's part of many factions there. He's going to, the other factions here going to use this question to give to those people to do some of the work that they're doing there. I'm not going to help him to do that. If Member Shabalala knows for a fact that our cadres in Emfuleni are defrauding municipality through law firms, that's a serious allegation. Member Chabalala must do what is right, and he knows what is right, is to go and open up a case and ensure that those people who are defrauding municipality are being arrested and be dealt with. He must stop this thing of running after me and threatening me with court cases and so on, yet he knows that there are people who are defrauding municipality through law firms and he's doing nothing about it. All that he can do is to take advantage of the privilege of this house and come and raise them in this house. If you are serious, Member Chabalala, and you are not just a part of those factional groups that are happening in Emfuleni and wanting to confuse the community of Emfuleni. Do what is right, and you know what is right. What I'm not going to do is to help you to do that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Next question, Honorable Nsekhe to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to Mr. Malwandla Soli Siweya, is he employed as an employee of the department? If yes, what is his position? Is he employed as a consultant to the department? What services is he providing to the department? And if yes, how much in rands and cents will he be paid for his consultancy? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it pertains to the question that is asked, as far as our records reveal, there is no such person within the employ of the department, nor is he a service provider. As it pertains to question 2, 3, 4, and 5, all of them are therefore non-applicable. Thank you.
Do you have any supplementary question or short remark?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I appreciate knowing that it's not true that she's anyway involved in the department, because there is allegations against this particular individual having been implicated in an SIU investigation with the lottery and hijacking of NPOs. Thank you so much, Speaker.
MEC, you want to make comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request that the allegations be directed to the formal authorities as required, so that the matters can be investigated further. Beyond that, there's very little I can say to gossip. Thank you.
Next question, Honorable Miller to MEC for Social Development. Oh, another question here from Honorable Nsekhe to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to the adjudication committee for the NPO funding, RFP and business plans that were advertised in the Sowetan newspaper on the 1st of November 2023, closing on the 20th November, but then extended to 27th November 2023, how many people will sit on the bid adjudication committee? What are the names and surnames of each individual member? Will social workers from the department be used to visit each site? If not, why not? Which department will do the monitoring and evaluation of each department? And please explain the process from beginning to end until the NPOs sign SLAs. Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it pertains to the advert that is asked about, which was advertised in the Sowetan newspaper on the 1st of November and closing on the 20th and further extended for the 27th of November, that advert was for NPO applications. So as it pertains to question number 2, 3, 4, 5, we were therefore unable to respond to these because these are speaking to a completely different process, whilst the advert itself that is referred to is on the NPO advert. Speaker, I must indicate that in responding to these, and also because we didn't want to preempt what the member was referring to, we've then ensured that we contain our response to the advert that is spoken to, that was advertised in the Sowetan newspaper. If the individual is asking about any other that is not referred to in terms of the NPO applications, may she kindly resend another question and we'll be able to respond accordingly. Thank you.
Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Nsekhe?
Short remark, please, Speaker. Thank you very much. When the questions were drafted, obviously, Speaker, the advert had not gone out. It only went out on Sunday, this past Sunday. But I still believe the MEC could respond to question 5. Thank you very much.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. As she correctly indicates, there was no advert at the time that we received these questions. And the failure we didn't want to do, or the mistake we didn't want to do, was to preempt what was meant. So it's also a precautionary measure on our side that we respond to questions as they are raised. However, we have indicated that if there are questions that need to be asked on the advert that was advertised later, may she then kindly submit the responses accordingly. It is, however, interesting that what was internal engagements is somehow now raised within the House before such actions were taken. Thank you.
Speaker, Rule 89. On the 1st of November, the MEC advertised for MPOs for request of proposal and business plans. So obviously, if you're a member of this House, you should know that there'll be an adjudication process. That's how I framed my questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Nsakhe, I'm sure you know that after the MEC has actually responded, you can't actually speak. If you are not satisfied, there's a procedure to follow in terms of that. Honorable Nel, please. Can we therefore go to the next question? Because it has been responded to. Just read the rules properly. Honorable Miller to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to the head of supply chain management, legal and population in the department, could the MEC indicate, number one, how long have these positions been vacant and which other positions at this level are vacant? 2, why haven't these positions been filled? 3, how many of these positions are vacant? How many other positions are vacant in the department? 4, what is the total amount in rands and cents of these positions per annum? What happens to this money while the positions are not being filled? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it pertains to the posts that are vacant, or for the position of Director SCM, the position has been vacant for 14 months. As it pertains to the Director for Legal, vacant for 30 months. As it pertains to Population Development, for 7 months. The others that are at that level would be Executive Support and Stakeholder Relations. The question number 2, the response is that the positions could not be advertised and filled because of the post-grading process, which at the time had not been concluded. How many of these posts, how many other posts are vacant? 164 current posts are vacant. And what is the total of the SMS posts? It is the 6, which amount to 6,903. And what happens to the monies for the vacant SMS positions? Acting allowances are paid to managers who are appointed to act in these posts until the department concludes the recruitment process, which is the work that is currently taking place. Thank you.
Honorable Miller, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
No, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Nsakhe.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in terms of 134 subsection 7. And I just want a short remark to say my concern when I see this kind of thing from Honorable Miller is while the positions have not been filled for 14 months, is it not compromising of the work of the department? Because I would assume the people who are acting would have been promoted if they would fill the position. That means there's a shortfall. Is it not going to also hamper on the services to the most vulnerable in the province? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
adjourn the House. We'll adjourn. Honorable members, we're going to adjourn the House. Honorable members, we're going to adjourn the House for 5 minutes.
Hello, ta re meeting o tswella pele ora o sa tswella pele re fella le ke data kana
tshwantse ba re jwetse hobane ano se re dutse mona ene re di a fela ntse ke ipotsa le nna ba re le 5 minutes ANC. ANC. I'm going to use a lap. Again. I'll come. ANC must pay workers. I'm not coming. I only came today to Global debate, and it's all being paid for.
Thank you. We may all be seated. Thank you very much, honorable members. Let me apologize for what has happened earlier on. Maybe many of you might wonder as to what was happening, but I will just summarize. I think the matter is about the 13 check, which management at a particular time was engaging with the unions. And that matter, while that process was still on, the labor movement decided to go to CCMA, and the CCMA ruled against the institution and were to defend the institution. But then the matter was taken to the labor court, and at that time, the How wanted to speak to us around those issues. And remember, we're not negotiators, we are politicians. If you know the labor laws very well, it can be done in that particular fashion. But later then the labor movement said they want to leave the courts so that we can start the negotiations. And we said for us to leave the courts, I think when we met with the legal team, they agreed that we can leave the courts pending our understanding of what does it mean to leave the courts. Unfortunately, our legal team was meeting with us and we could not meet with the legal team from the labor movement. The other issue that has been raised is the disciplinary processes that are currently undertaken regarding about 38 staff members who, 38 staff members who actually claimed some monies during the hard lockdown in terms of COVID-19, and they were requesting that we should actually drop off all those cases. Then the third matter is about the value creation that the institution started about, I think since 2019, which has not been finalized. We all know that the value creation was delayed, one, by the issue of COVID-19. That's why it had to resume at a later stage. But where we are now, in terms of what transpired this morning, it is our view that there could have been misunderstanding and also challenges with communication, because as NEHA was waiting for our responses as to how we're going to take up those matters, which we had to take to LSB, but also while we're still waiting for an allocation from Treasury again in terms of some of the monies that we requested, but we failed. There were challenges of communication. And I'm sure that that challenge could have led to the anxiety, as in the past week we wrote a letter to all the staff members that will be closing down for December holidays. Now you are waiting for payment, you are waiting for a particular process, and nothing is coming forth, hence that particular process. But what we agreed upon now is that the legal minds of the labor movement, including our legal team, will be meeting. In fact, our legal team was meeting this morning to draw out the Secretary of the Legislature from that particular meeting. So they are going to continue with that meeting, and whatever draft or any processes that they want to propose to the labor movement will be tabled with the legal team of the labor movement tomorrow. So that is where we are, and we profusely apologize to members because you might have planned other things and your time as well. But bear with us, this matter is under control. And we want to actually request, because I know that when we're briefing political parties, they think that they can be participating in this particular matter. I want to beg the political team or political leadership, let's leave to management to deal with this particular matter, because none of us, in as much as we are all sympathetic to the workers, but let us not be involved to the extent that it could actually compromise the institution. Thank you very much. That's where we are, colleagues. We'll continue with our meeting. Where we ended up, I think it was when Honorable Miller asked a question and MEC Hlope responded. But I also want to put on record that as I was saying, we're adjourning the meeting. There was a lot of noise you couldn't even hear. Hence, our meeting is resuming now. Thank you. Can we therefore take Honorable du Plessis on the question to MEC for Transport and Logistics?
Madam Speaker, I'm asking the question on behalf of Member du Plessis. With regards to the N12 Old Potchefstroom Road, could the MEC please indicate what happened to the disaster management funds that have been allocated to prevent further flooding of the Klipspruit River? What is the total budget in rands and cents? When will work begin ensuring that this area does not flood during the rainy season? And what relief is provided for residents whose homes are flooded on a continual basis when it rains heavily? Thank you.
Honorable MEC, I hope all colleagues who have joined on platform, they have been accepted back. MEC Diale Tlabela.
She might not be aware that we are back.
Okay, let's go to economic development in the meantime while we'll be assisted to trace MEC. Honorable du Plessis again on economic development. I'm not sure whether it's due again, Honorable, or... Okay, thank you. You know, you press once because if you press several times, it will go off automatically.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. With regard to the scheduled stakeholder engagement, could the MEC of Economic Development please indicate why you have not attended the majority of the stakeholder engagements that have been arranged by the department? Next one, with regard to Marupeng, could the MEC please indicate if you are aware of the allegations of corruption, fraud and misappropriation of funds? Next question is, what action will be taken by you and the department to investigate and remedy the situation? And should officials be found guilty, what guarantee does the MEC give regarding legitimate and actionable disciplinary processes?
Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you for the questions. The response to the questions are as follows. I have attended all stakeholder engagements organized by the department, unless there's a specific one with a date which was not provided for in the question. Question 2, yes, I am aware of the allegations that have been raised. The department has responded to some of the allegations raised by the Portfolio Committee. Marupeng, Africa Leisure, otherwise known as MAO, is investigating the rest of the allegations. What is the total of this in rands and cents? The exact rand value of these allegations has not been determined yet, given that the investigations are still ongoing. And what action will be taken? The Management Authority is working with MAO to prevent and to investigate the allegations to ensure that appropriate action is taken. As of the 5th of September 2023, one senior manager has been suspended pending the outcome of a full investigation. Question 5, what disciplinary action, if any? The answer, once the investigation concludes, Marupeng will initiate a disciplinary process against the implicated employees as found. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Do you have any supplementary question or a short remark?
Thank you, Speaker. Just a short remark. I will send all the dates that you were not in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable MEC, are you happy with that?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Next question. Honourable Miller to MEC for Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Could the MEC please assist with regards to the illegal dumping in the province? Number one, what measures are in place to ensure that no illegal spilling into the Klipspruit River? And number four, have any residents or businesses been fined for dumping waste into the river illegally? Thank you.
Thank you. MEC. Honorable MEC. They were still checking Honorable Diale Tlabela. I'm not sure what's happening to Honorable MEC Hlophe. I'm told both MECs are not online. May I request that maybe we put this for tomorrow? I know that tomorrow is not question day, because this is going to be our last sitting. Or alternatively, what we can do, we can actually request the two MECs to respond in writing if that is acceptable. Honorable Nel? Is it written question, response? Okay. We'll request the two MECs to actually bring the written response. Thank you for that. We are now going to deal with written questions for oral explanation and tabling in the House in terms of Rule 137(5). We have not received any response from Public Safety 076, Honorable Mazibuko. If you can just explain why the response was not received. Honorable Mazibuko. Can you go to Honorable Kumalo, Cocta 0110? That question has also not been responded to. And the next one also is Honorable Hlophe. Honorable Makakula, as the Deputy Chief Whip, because I don't see the Leader of Government Business, all members are back in the House, and I'm not sure why MECs are not back in the House, because they were informed. It can be an excuse that the meeting was adjourned. Honorable Mababulo, if you can also help us as one of the MECs that is in the House as well, so that we can get the explanation, if we can get a written explanation. But we have noticed many members are complaining about unavailability of MECs in the House. When we request that all members must be in the House, we don't get apologies that they're not going to be here, but I know that in terms of the list that was set, all MECs were supposed to be in the House, except for MEC Hlophe, who we know that she's not well. She tried even yesterday to respond to a debate, but we received, that's the only issue that we received, only apology, but other MECs, we don't know what is happening. Thank you very much. That therefore concludes the part of the questions. Can we therefore go to the next order paper on the order paper order number 1?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 1 is the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2023-2024 financial year.
On behalf of Honorable Malima, I know that Honorable Mukhale will be presenting the report.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The acting chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Honorable Refilwe Mukhale, tabled the committee's oversight report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2023-24 financial year. Madam Speaker, please allow me to present most part of the report. I'm not going to read as read, and because of time, Madam Speaker, I will go straight to the concerns. The committee concerns, findings and concerns. With respect to administration, the committee is concerned that the generic retention strategy may not necessarily address the needs of women, hence the challenge for GPT to reach the required percentage of women appointed at SMS level. With regard to the project development and compliance, the committee is concerned about the dismal performance of GIFA under this program and the impact thereof on the delivery of project on schedule. With respect to department financial performance, the committee is concerned about the unabating lack of representation of the people living with disability in the staff complement of GPT. Madam Speaker, committee recommendations that GIFA should submit a process plan indicating how it intends mitigating against the continued delay in the delivery of project and the associated impact on service delivery. A written report by the 31st of January 2024. The second one, that GPT should develop a retention strategy focusing solely on female staff in light of the failure to achieve the required percentage of women appointed as SMS positions. And the GPT should devise and submit a strategy outlining how it intends to ensuring representativity of people living with disability in the staff complement to the required 5% and a written response by the 31st of January 2024. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC Jacob Mamabolo and the head of department and her team. Appreciation for diligence, dedication and commitment shown during deliberation on the second quarter performance report process goes to all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, and the committee's gratitude is extended to the support staff, all the support staff of the committee. On adoption, Madam Speaker, after due diligence, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the second quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2023-2024 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee present to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the second quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2023-24 financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second.
Thank you, Honorable Dora, seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The yes of which the report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
The second order is the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Government for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Mokhale.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With this report, again, I will ask Madam Speaker to allow me to present most of the report because of time. Part of the report that I'm not going to read as read. And I will go straight to concerns and recommendations. Concerns, the committee is concerned about the following. The Department of Health, the compensation of employees poses an inherent risk if not mitigated, and will crowd out other areas of the budget. On Department of Roads and Transport, that the stated under expenditure of 10 million does not take into consideration that National Treasury granted approval for the department a total rollover of 118 million from previous financial year to the current. The prolonged process of concluding bus contracts has a negative effect on the financial performance of the department. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, that the projected overspending might be understated given the current expenditure and the fact that there is a spending of 17 million per month towards the projected 6,000 individuals. The persistent challenge regarding delays in the finalization of businesses plans, which has been reported over time. Department of Human Settlement, the department's disjointed approach in the delivery of human settlement evidence by delays in transferring funds to municipalities for mega projects caused by late signing of the business plans. Department of Infrastructure Development, the continuous underperformance of KPS projects linked to Tusanong, OHS, SAPEM, OHS, and 75 Fox building, which have a bearing on expenditure, and the Office of the Premier, the challenges of delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects that impact on financial performance of Department of Health and Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, resulting from infrastructure delivery model with DID as an implementing agency. The committee recommends that after assessing the GPG state of finances, the portfolio committee recommends the following. Department of Health, that the department should develop and submit a plan in consultation with the Provincial Treasury to circumvent the likelihood of compensation of employee crowding out other areas of the budget. The Department of Roads and Transport, that the department should provide proof in terms of calculations that stated under expenditure of 10 million is not an understatement considering the 118 million approved total rollover granted by National Treasury from the previous financial year to the current. The third one, that the department should provide a process plan with milestones regarding the progress made thus far in concluding bus contracts which have a negative effect on the financial performance. On Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, that the department should submit a plan outlining how it intends overhauling its current sluggish expenditure and evidence backed by a number that spending of 17 million per month towards the project's 6,000 individuals will not worsen the forecasted overspending. That the department should provide a report explaining the nature of delays attributed to the perennial under-expenditure of conditional grants. Department of Human Settlement, that the department should develop and submit an integrated plan involving the stakeholders in delivery of human settlement to circumvent the delays in the endorsements of business plans impacting on its expenditure. The Department of Infrastructure Development, that the department should submit a process plan with milestones highlighting how it will expedite the implementation of CAPET projects linked to Tusanem OHD, SAPEM OHD, and 75 Fox Building, which have a bearing on expenditure. And the last one is Office of the Premier, that Office of the Premier should consider revising the infrastructure delivery model with DID as the implementing agent to avoid challenges of delays in the implementation of infrastructure projects that impact on financial performance of departments of health and sports, arts, culture and recreation. Acknowledgement, Madam Speaker, the Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC J. Mamabolo, the head of department and team. Appreciations for diligence and commitment shown during the deliberation of the second quarter report on the GPG State of Finance for the year 2023-2024 financial year. Process goes to all members of the Portfolio Committee. The committee's gratitude is extended to all staff members and on adoption. After due diligence, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the oversight report on the second quarter GPG State of Finance for the 2023-2024 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117, 2 of C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents this to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the second quarter GPG State of Finance for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second.
Honorable Kanyane seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 3 is the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Modise.
Speaker, seeing that we are almost 3 hours behind schedule, we request that parts of the report not read be considered as read, and if that is approved, we'll only concentrate on committee recommendations, acknowledgements, and adoption. Speaker, in relation to the committee recommendation, department is expected to write written responses that should be submitted by the 26th of January 2024. The following recommendation are as follows. 1, the department should submit a report specifying measures in place to ensure that targets related to procurement of budget channel towards military veterans are achieved. 2, department should submit a turnaround financial management and planning strategies highlighting how it intends to address the issue of misalignment between the spent budget and achieved targets. 3, department should take necessary steps to ensure that access to title deed is improved and proper procedures are put in place to maintain the records of properties accurately. 4, the department should develop and submit a plan on how it intends to implement a new system that can improve the performance of PSP in more efficient manner. 5, the department should develop and submit measures to ensure that all immovable assets are removed from the immovable asset register, specifically from Department of Transport and Roads. And last one, the department should develop and submit an action plan to ensure the creation of direct jobs in the construction sector. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee would like to acknowledge and thank the MEC, Lebogang Maile, Head of Department, Ms. Mutaneng, and the entire executive for their efforts in consideration of this report. We also like to appreciate the diligent deliberation of honorable members and the support staff for their dedication and assistance. And in terms of adoption, in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management present before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development, second quarter report for the 2023-2024 financial year for consideration and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
Chair, I rise to second.
Honorable Fuchs, seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Order number 4 is the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Human Settlement for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Ndlovana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll request the House to consider the part of the report which I'm not going to read, considered as tabled, and I'll therefore go straight to the committee concern recommendation as well as acknowledgement and adoption. On committee findings concern, the Portfolio Committee noted that the program 1 was allocated 175 million, and the department spent 322 million, registering an over expenditure of 184%. Concern number 2, no clear indication which hostel will not be completed with the bulk infrastructure assessment, noting the challenges pertinent to gaining access with the subject hostel. Number 3, the Portfolio Committee is concerned with the delay in the appointment of contractor to complete all the abandoned project. Number 4, the Portfolio Committee remains concerned about the slow performance relating to the rapid land release. Number 5, the Portfolio Committee noted that the Program 3 had spent 1.6 billion or 30%. There is a slow performance of contractors, thus impacting service delivery. Number 6, the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the department's failure to provide reason for performance deviation on percentage of property transfer. Number 7, failure to provide reasons for non-achievement on a planned target on the pre-1994 title deed register. On recommendation, Madam Speaker, the committee recommend that the department needs to indicate where it got an additional amount of 147 million, which they spent. Then recommendation number 2, the department should provide the name of the hostel and indicate if they held the community engagement with the said hostel regarding the work that they want to undertake. Number 3, the department should provide time frame on when the contractor will be appointed to complete all the abandoned projects in Gauteng. Number 4, the department should submit a plan on how this target will be met by the end of the financial year, particularly the Rapid Land Release Program. Number 5, the department should finish the committee with the measures taken to the slow-performing contractors. Number 6, the department should provide reason for non-achievement on the percentage of the property transfer. Number 7, the department should provide reasons for non-achievement on the pre-1994 title deed register. All these recommendations should be submitted by the 31st of January 2024 in a written form. On acknowledgement, the chairperson wishes to thank the MEC for Human Settlement, MEC Maile, the head of the department, Ms. P. Mbanjwa, and her team. The chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honorable members of the portfolio on human settlement, Ms. Mokhali, Novuyong Sagaza Manamela, members Chineyman, member Shirote, member TCC, member Tong, and member Dlamini. Furthermore, the portfolio committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the following support staff: Group Committee Coordinator S. Mbanjwa Mbalo, Senior Researcher Ms. S. Nenweli, Committee Researcher A. Gwebani, Senior Committee Coordinator Ms. J. Moleke, Committee Administrator Ms. N. Zimagwe, Service Officer P. Kimba, Hansat Recorder Mbonani, Senior Information Officer Lebohang Ngume, Communication Officer Mfusi, and Triple P Officer Ms. R. Matebula for their dedication and commitment. On adoption, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee present an oversight report on the second quarterly performance of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement for 2023-2024 financial year and propose and recommend is for adoption. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any seconder for the report?
I second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Shirota seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The yes of it, the report is adopted by the House. Can you skip the next order because Honorable Schneemann is still consulting the doctor downstairs? Let's go to order number 6.
Order number 6 is the Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities, for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Kanyane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 18th Chairperson of Economic Development Portfolio Committee, Member Kanyani, tables the committee oversight report on second quarterly performance report of the Department of Economic Development, including entities. I'll take all the parts that I'm not going to read as read, and I'll go straight to the agencies, starting with the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, which also comprise of sub-programs, which is the GGDA Holdings, Automotive Industry Development Center, the Innovation Hub, Gauteng Industrial Development Zone, and Constitutional Hill. Now, starting with the GGDA Holdings, they have realized 1 out of 4 planned targets, accounting to 25% achievement. Now, moving to the Automotive Industry Development Center, for the quarter under review, the entity has attained 5 out of 5 planned targets. The Innovation Hub, the quarter under review, their performance indicates an achievement of 3 out of 3 planned targets. Going to the Gauteng Industrial Development Zone, again, in this case, there were no planned targets for the entity, so there is no measure to measure this entity under this quarter. But now under the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, under this quarter under review, the committee noted that the entity attained and realized 13 out of 14 planned targets. When you go to the Gauteng Gambling Boards, the same applies, where it has attained 8 out of its planned targets. Now, I'll just go to the Gauteng Tourist Authority, which also attained 5 out of 7 planned targets. Now, the last one of the entities, the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, and here also under review, they got all their 9 targets and they achieved all of them. Now, let me just move swiftly to the concerns. Now, under concerns, there are 2 concerns. One is the organizational structure that is really impacting negatively on this particular entity. And again, the second one is the issue that has been in the court between the CEO of GGDA and the department. So under recommendations, we recommended on the 2. The first one, that is on the organizational structure, that we like really to get the report on this by the 29th February 2024. Now moving to the second one, which is on the court case, the committee says, make sure that you report to us quarterly. Now under acknowledgement, appreciation will go to the members of the committee, and then also the commitment we have from the MEC Mutara and the officials of the department. And again, with the honorable members, looking at all of them who have really contributed meaningfully, Honorable Mungeli, Honorable Litsi Mughali, Honorable Nkosi Malobani, Honorable Atkinson, Honorable Badenhorst, Honorable Duplessis, Honorable Alberts and Adams. I haven't seen them since I acted, but also you are, yeah, and then also Honorable Letswalo. Again, also with the staff, the group committee coordinator, and the researchers, all of them are really acknowledged. I move to the adoption. After due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development second quarter performance report for the 2023-24 financial year. In terms of Rule 117.2C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development second quarterly performance report for the 2023-24 financial year. Thank you.
Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second.
Honorable Dwaba seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The yeas have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you go back to order number 5?
Thank you, Speaker. Order number 5, Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Transport and Logistics, including Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management for financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable Mfikwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, honorable members. On behalf of our committee chair, who has taken ill, Honorable Schneemann, we table the report for consideration and adoption. I will take it as that the report is tabled and is read, Madam Speaker. Only go to the findings and recommendations of the report. That in the findings and concerns, the committee is concerned about the overall performance of the department and its entities, the emphasis of matter raised by the Auditor General on the performance of the department and G-Fleet is duly noted as a concern. On the Department of Transport, that continuous delays in revising the organizational structure and the impact exerted on planning service delivery targets remains within the department and G-Fleet. Also that the executive oversight report of the Department of Transport on G-Fleet and Gautrain is tabled as for discussion. That the lack of achievement for the set targets on virtual assessment, assess number of kilometers
of surface roads, gravel roads, visual assessment, and on-the-job creation for women and persons with disabilities in the road construction sub-program, noting the state of roads in the province. Fourth, that the continued delays in finalizing new bus contracts, noting the challenges facing the communities of Hammanskraal and Brakpan, is a concern. On the committee recommendations, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the department and its entities should provide detailed report on the following recommendations by the 6th of February 2024. One, on overall performance. The committee wants the department to present its implementation plan and progress thereof to address the matters of emphasis as raised by the Auditor General on the audit opinions of both the department and GFLIT. Two, that on the department itself, progress on the finalization and implementation of the new organizational structure within the department and on GFLIT. Also on the progress in the implementation of intervention plans to ensure the achievement of road construction sub-programs set as set in the service delivery targets, noting the state of roads in our province. Fourth, on the progress of finalizing the new bus contracts in the province, taking into consideration the challenges faced by our commuters across the province. Also, that the department must report on the progress on the implementation of change leadership within the transport operations program. On acknowledgements, quickly, Madam Speaker, appreciation is given to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as to the MEC, Kadia Litlabela, our HOD, Mr. Tim Dadane, officials from the department and its entities for their cooperation during the annual report process. Gratitude goes to members of the Portfolio Committee, myself, Honorable Mfikwe, Mr. Titi Munyai, Ms. Dili Dwaba, Ms. N. Tlagaza Manamela, Mr. F. Nel, Mr. E. Duplessis, Ms. N. Khadebe, and Ms. M. Masoleng for their commitment to the oversight process. On behalf of the committee appreciates and gratitude is also given to the following persons: Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Budibe, Committee Researcher, Mr. F. Taba, Committee Coordinator, Mr. S. Mtiane, Committee Administrator, Ms. H. Mchizana, Hansard Recorder, Ms. N. Zondo, Information Officer, Mr. L. Ngume, Media Officer, Mr. Tim Zuke, Public Participation Officer, Mr. B. Lomo, Service Officer, Mr. S. Sitole, for their devoted support and assistance to the committee. Madam Speaker, on adoption, after due consideration, the Road and Transport Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, Gautrain Management Agency, and GFLIT Management Annual Performance Report for the 2022-23 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, Gautrain Management Agency, as well as the GFLIT Management Annual Performance Report for 2022-2023 financial year. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
Speaker, I second the report.
Honorable Nel seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. The yes of it, the report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Speaker. Debate on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for financial year 2022-2023.
Honorable Mdlankomo.
Thank you, Speaker. The primary task of the Provincial Treasury is to protect taxpayers' money and to ensure the efficient and effective expenditure of funds on government programs designed to alleviate poverty, build state capacity and deliver quality services to the people of this province. According to the annual performance plan of 2022 to 2023 financial year, the Gauteng Provincial Treasurer failed to achieve its performance targets for the period under review. This remains characteristics of the department to the detriment of Gauteng residents. The EFF family believes that Treasury has dismally failed to steer the province economically and socially, and this is evident in its inability to coordinate all departments to ensure the creation of sustainable jobs. Unlike this ANC Nasispani mediocrity used to blindside residents in believing that the ANC cares, the Gauteng Provincial Treasurer has failed to uphold all departments accountable for underspending their budget allocation and even conditional grants. This is indicative of the lack of consequence management across departments in Gauteng, which directly contributes to the high unemployment rate of over 33.7% in our province. This department remains obsessed with only working to disperse funds and managing the political battles of the governing party at the expense of Gauteng residents. Honorable Speaker, this department is expected to play an oversight role to closely influence how resources of the province are utilized and to ensure that the provincial government makes a better life for all citizens. The open tender system that the department claimed to be implementing as a measure of promoting clean governance and transparency across all provincial departments is still unclear regarding how the systematic process operates. The Auditor General's report indicated the low compliance on open tender system processes, wherein out of 566 tenders, only 203 went through the process, meaning that over 353 didn't go through the process. To this end, the Gauteng Provincial Treasurer should provide a report outlining the entities that did not submit bids in line with the requirements of the open tender process. Moreover, this department has the responsibility to ensure the implementation of consequence management for all officials involved in the corruption of tender processes. However, what we continue to observe is how the recent irregularities in the awarding of waste management tender has even led the High Court to point out the lack of oversight in the department, resulting in Treasury being found to have failed to stop an irregular awarding of 526 million tender by Department of Health. We remain confident that the two service providers involved in this bogus tender processing will continue to milk the department dry to the benefit of individuals. The EFF has called for the abolishment of tenders because they are building grounds for corruption. The state must create its own internal capacity to avoid these unnecessary litigations. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury should be able to lead province departments towards fiscal prudence and good governance in the delivering of service while managing the municipalities of the province in terms of financial controls oversight. The capacity building initiatives to municipalities may not be targeted enough to address the issues faced by municipalities and the quality of Gauteng Provincial Treasurer's assessment on the budget of delegated municipalities and the extent to which the recommendations are implemented. Madam Speaker, the rampant corruption in the public procurement processes gives a clear indication of the absence in prioritizing the marginalized and poverty-stricken people of this province, and it further deprives them of the much-needed resources to improve their lives. This is concerning because of the lack of transparency and effective consequent management in the province. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Memorati. It's not a maiden speech. You are welcomed.
Mr. Deputy Chair of Chairs, there are various positive initiatives and achievements of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. These include the development of a clean audit strategy, consistent clean audit outcomes, and the building of a Treasury institution that can provide certainty and stability. The Government will be pleased with the progress Treasury has made towards establishing a state-owned bank and a state-owned pharmaceutical company. The due diligence report has cleared legal hurdles and provides a strong legal framework. However, we in the DA are on record as stating that the private sector can provide better outcomes and more efficiently so. One only needs to look at Eskom, Transnet and the Post Office to see that government is not good at running businesses. I'll concede that things have changed since I was last here. Perhaps not all changes are for the better. When I was here before, this department was known as Finance. Now it is known as the Treasury. Back then, their mission was to be an activist department. Now it is to provide world-class support. Colleagues, an IMF report confirmed that sound public procurement practices are an important part of efficient and proper public spending. The former MEC Barbara Creasy launched the open tender system for the Gauteng provincial government, and within a couple of months of her coming into office, it was put in place, and that was nearly 10 years ago. Regrettably, the Auditor General recently noted that a departmental report said that about a third of the 556 projects valued R2 million or more were procured by the open tender system. Now, put differently, about two-thirds of our tenders bypass this scrutiny mechanism. More plainly, the provincial departments avoided the system for 353 of their tenders. That's 353 opportunities for corruption. The situation is worse at the provincial entities, where 85% of their tenders dodge the open tender system. The oversight of entities is routinely difficult, and there is a strong suspicion of rampant corruption, rightly or wrongly. But when entities avoid the open system, you've got to ask why. Surely the answer must be obvious. We can deny corruption is happening, but if the open system is ignored, surely we ought to verify what is actually going on. A supply chain management review suggested that improving procurement practices could save up to 20% of the cost of the goods and services that we buy. In our context, that saving would be R7 billion. If we improve procurement, we can save R7 billion. We can do an awful lot with that money. Other research indicates that in South Africa we spend considerably more on a unit cost basis in health and education versus comparator countries, while achieving, regretfully, worse outcomes. Public procurement is highly decentralized within the institution. Each government entity has significant latitude to decide how it procures the goods, services and public works it needs to carry out its functions. More generally, the Supply Chain Management Review estimated that about 45% of procurement activities were still conducted through manual processes. Moreover, they indicate that a lack of transparency facilitates corruption. In particular, they indicate that bid documents are not sufficiently published. Bid committee evaluation minutes and standard contracts are not made available to the public. Bids are not opened in public. The entire bid evaluation process is not open to scrutiny, and implementation reports are not made publicly available. The Auditor General has advised that the most frequent procurement concern, even in institutions like Provincial Treasury that have clean audits, is an uncompetitive or unfair procurement process. So MEC, despite us having an open tender system, we do not use it two-thirds of the time. Why is this so? Well, part of the answer lies on page 36 of the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. You look at the annual performance plan achievement as far as targets regarding the open tender system is concerned. It says that it met the open tender system targets. Why? Because 4 reports were produced to monitor the use of the system. So they monitored. And 4 other reports were produced to monitor the use of the system by the entities. So that's 8 reports in total. What's happening here? The officials are measured for outputs. That is, produce a report. So we measure that, they score, we give them a tick, probably even give them a bonus. And they are not measured for outcomes. And I'm sure MEC, you and I will agree very readily that what we want to achieve is the outcomes and not necessarily a bunch of outputs. What is the outcome that we want? We want to get the departments and the entities to use the system. So that's the outcome that we should be measuring. Even the Department of Treasury, I would put. Similarly, on page 34, the Treasury is happy to measure its own performance regarding payments to suppliers within 30 days. They do well. They pay the suppliers within 30 days. But it takes a different approach in terms of the rest of the government, which in parts is very poor. For example, health only pays 35% of their suppliers within 30 days. Treasury's APP performance is again shown as having been met because they produced, what? 4 reports on departmental 30-day payments achieved. Again, an output is being measured and not an outcome. The outcome that we want is people should, right across the provincial government, be paid within 30 days. On the same page, when it comes to audit outcomes, the obligation of Treasury is the production of what? A clean audit strategy. Yes, they've done it. They provided a strategy. But again, this is an output indicator, and the outcome we require is across the provincial government. We want more clean audits. Last week, I'm sorry, MEC, the AG again announced that the Western Cape, I know you don't like hearing this, is the best performing province as regards audits. Surely the Treasury would like to see the AG announce that Gauteng is the best at performing audits, clean audits. Treasury gets a gold star for being a world-class support team. But what the residents of Gauteng need is less corruption and better governance. Then there will be more service delivery, better service delivery, and jobs and all of the things that flow from a good government. My final word on procurement is regarding the 10 transactions on page 84. Treasury bypassed bidding processes with the argument that these suppliers were the sole suppliers. I doubt these suppliers were indeed the only suppliers in the market for the services they provided. It should have been done competitively. Thank you.
Honourable Kanyile.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Committees. On 6 occasions when the people of Gauteng, together with all South Africans, have expressed their will on the ballot box for the national government and government of Gauteng, they have chosen to bury a divided country and a divided society, and chose that the development of Gauteng must be within the context of the development of the country. This they did because they know that the unity of the people of Gauteng is dependent on a united country. They have chosen to bury a system which excluded the majority, which thrived on the 3 interrelated antagonistic contradictions of class, race, and patriarchal relations of power. We should be aware that the view of the ANC is that these antagonisms found expression in national oppression based on race, class, super exploitation, directed against black workers on the basis of race, and triple oppression of the mass of women based on their race, their class, and their gender. The people of Gauteng have said that they choose a province and a South Africa that sees not color, nor creed, nor sexual orientation in building the future. What this means is that the people of Gauteng and the rest of South Africa resolved to bury the apartheid system and chose to build a national democratic society which will get Gauteng working in the interest of the development of South Africa as a whole. A society where the people of Gauteng and the rest of South Africa live in a democratic life and make a democratic choice. A non-racial and non-sexist society, a prosperous society where there is minimal unemployment, poverty is eradicated, and inequality gap is closed. In a nutshell, the people of Gauteng, like the majority of South Africans, chose to bury apartheid and committed to building a national democratic society which is characterized by unity, democracy, non-racialism, non-sexism, and prosperity. Deputy Chair of Committees, there are numerous systems which countries have chosen for development of their people. In South Africa, the people of Gauteng and the rest of South Africa, guided by the African National Congress, chose the path of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. In this regard, they have affirmed that their choice of a capable, ethical, and developmental state should be a guarantee that economic growth will be balanced with social development. It is their belief that this capable, ethical, and developmental state that they have chosen shall prioritize the job creation, poverty eradication, and close the inequality gap. It shall do so by utilizing the state resources, its development programs, its capacity to mobilize society, and its influence. The ANC-led government of Gauteng has positioned itself through its departments like the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and entities like the Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency to be the capable, ethical, and developmental state the people of Gauteng want, the capable, ethical, and development state they deserve. Today, this August House is considering the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and the Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency for the 2022-23 financial year. In doing so, and in the realization that we are moving towards the end of the term, this report will be better understood if we were to also trace the performance of these institutions since the beginning of the sixth democratic period. Over the last 4 years, and as demonstrated by the annual report of Gauteng Provincial Treasury and the Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, we have been witnessing the department and the entity which have clearly contributed to supporting the whole of the ANC-led Gauteng provincial government to strengthen its role as a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Deputy Chair of Committees, when on 26 June 1955 our forebears declared in the Freedom Charter that the people shall govern, they had in mind a government whose approach would be premised on people-centered and people-driven policies and programs. These programs and policies are to ensure a sustained development based on high growth rate, restructuring of the economy, and social and economic inclusion. Our forebears had a vision of a capable, ethical, and developmental state, which the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and the Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency are contributing to build in Gauteng. To realize this, the visional acumen of the ANC-led Gauteng Provincial Government led it in the fifth democratic term to adopt the 10-pillar program of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization. As a medium-term program for the realization of the National Development Plan Vision 2023, the 10-pillar program of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization became relevant in the current administration. This was demonstrated when the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 was adopted by the sixth ANC-led Gauteng provincial government on the foundation laid by the 10-pillar program of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization. It is for the success of these medium-term programs that the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and Gauteng Infrastructure Agencies had to position themselves and ensure that their programs and resources are geared towards this success. In doing so, Gauteng Provincial Treasury at the beginning of the current term adopted a medium-term strategic framework and implemented various programs aimed at advancing the objective of both the 10-pillar program of transformation and modernization and reindustrialization and the Growing Gauteng Together 2030. Madam Speaker, as I have indicated, key to what is expected from Gauteng Provincial Treasury is to ensure effective oversight on the financial management, governance, and accountability by the whole of government to ensure an ethical path towards the realization of the long-term objectives of the ANC-led administration of Gauteng Province. The 2022-23 annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury demonstrates that it is able to diligently carry out this capacity. Analyzing the reports of the independent body, the Auditor General of South Africa, on the financial management, governance, and accountability by the whole of government indicate that there has been a drastic improvement in this regard. At the end of the term of the fifth administration, there were 5 departments which achieved clean audit outcomes, 9 which achieved unqualified audit outcomes, and one disclaimer. With the effects of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury over the years of this sixth administration, which included effective support to departments and rallying them towards Operation Clean Audit, the Auditor General has produced improved audit outcomes. These are the disclaimer audit opinion which was achieved by the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement in 2019, which has been improved to unqualified audit outcomes in 2023, 100% improvement with regard to the category of disclaimers. Two of the departments which had achieved unqualified audit outcomes in 2019 have improved to clean audit in 2023, a 40% increase in the number of clean audits. These are the Gauteng Department of Economic Development and the Gauteng Department of Education. Deputy Chair of Committees, as the enabler of Gauteng provincial governments to program towards building a fully capable, ethical and developmental state, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury has over the years been implementing several programs, some of which I've decided to reflect on. Paraphrasing the words attributed to both Moses Kotane and Oliver Tambo, which are a country, a movement, a capable, ethical and developmental state that does not value its youth, does not deserve its future. Propelled by these words of wisdom, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, as reported in its 2022-23 annual report, continues with its programs of exposing students to real-time hands-on work experience. This is an effort to be better prepared for youth to labor markets. At some stage, Gauteng Provincial Treasury contributed to TSEPO 1 million initiative to reduce youth unemployment. The department, through development programs, which include internship, learnerships, and provision of external bursaries to deserving students. As penned by the HOD of Gauteng Provincial Treasury, Ms. Numisa Nyani, she says, I quote, in 2021-22 financial year, Gauteng Provincial Treasury launched the implementation of its enhanced revenue strategy, which is aimed at identifying new revenue streams and leverage on technology to increase revenue collection, close quotes. In the financial year under review, whilst at the time of its launch, through the strategy, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury reported that it was able to collect 95.5% of the approved appropriation. The department aims to ensure effective functioning of the Provincial Revenue Fund and credible cash flow projections that result in optimal performance of the provincial investment portfolio and a sustainable liquidity position in the province. In that regard, cash disbursement to departments were equivalent to appropriate funds. Over the period of 4 years of the sixth democratic term of the ANC-led Gauteng provincial government, Gauteng Provincial Treasury had to oversee the disbursement and tight financial management of about 565 billion rand. With the recently announced adjustment to appropriation, an additional 163 billion rand has been added. This brings the total of about 728.7 billion rand over 5 years. This Gauteng Provincial Department is managing with its annual appropriation of 680 million rand per annual year over the 5 years. It only takes a department which has capacity to ensure effective financial management, governance and accountability, like has been demonstrated by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, to do so. This capacity is also about the human resource which is committed and has comprehension of the importance of the capable, ethical and developmental state. The evidence of the ability to keep the departments within their budgets is seen in the audit results, in that in the sixth democratic term, there were no unauthorized expenditures by departments, except on the following 2 occasions. This was the result of the mediation process in Life Estimeni, which resulted in the Office of the Premier having to pay compensation, which was not budgeted for, and the Gauteng Department of Health unauthorized expenditure of 2005 and 6 financial year, processed by this August House last year. In the year under review, Gauteng Provincial Treasury developed a clean audit strategy after consulting with stakeholders. The strategy is aimed at improving audit outcomes in Gauteng Provincial Government. The development of the strategy was a culmination of efforts which the department has been implementing over years to support departments, entities and municipalities in this regard. A capable, ethical, and developmental state cannot be successful without the empowerment of its people. The adopted Township Revitalization Program of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury is its contribution to the radical transformation of the economy of the province. Through this program, it was able to train several entrepreneurs and to ensure that its procurement processes are focused and targeted. The successful implementation of payment of service providers within the legislative period of 30 days has greatly contributed towards the goal of economic empowerment, especially for the small, medium, and micro enterprises. At the time when the provincial government called for the reduction of the payment period to 15 days, Gauteng Provincial Treasury has been and continues to be equal to the task. It has introduced electronic system to ensure effectiveness of this payment period throughout Gauteng government. Deputy Chair of Committees, the resilience of programs of the capable, ethical, and development state is seen during the times of difficulties. It must be remembered that Gauteng and the rest of South Africa in the current term has faced two years of shutdown and limited activities in an effort to fight the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. In July 2021, together with KwaZulu-Natal province, Gauteng was confronted with unrest. This incident had a very negative impact on the social and economic development. This was coupled with a bleak global economic growth. The management of and the subsequent recovery from such disasters by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury in particular, and the Gauteng Provincial Government in general, was to prove the resilience of the decisions to choose the path of capable, ethical, and developmental state. It is the commitment and clarity of purpose of political leaders of capable, ethical, and developmental state which can prove the test during the difficult times. Deputy Chair of Committees, on several occasions when changes happen in leadership, new plans are developed and the development programs of society are derailed. This is in the case where individual ideas and plans are prioritized over those of a collective. Over the current term, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury has been led by two heads of departments. The solid programs of the department did not see any disruption of the program. As you remember, there were also two MECs appointed in the term. The MEC Nomantu Nkomo Ralihuko ably guided the strategic direction of the department in the first 3 years or so. At the time when MEC Mamabulo took over, he also drove the department and ensured that it remains positioned for its to focus for its strategic role. This seamless transition was because of the understanding of and the commitment by the two MECs to the needs for a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Prioritizing the elevated priorities was about properly managing continuity and change, as MEC Mabulu understood. Let me conclude by saying that the people of Gauteng have a reason to be hopeful that the process towards the realization of the capable, ethical, and developmental state is on track. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the MEC, Honourable Mamabulo, to reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me take the opportunity to greet the Honourable Speaker, the Premier, the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip, MECs, members of the House, honourable members, and the guests that are with us here. Now, honourable members, because of the time constraints we have and the cost containment, I'll introduce a concept of time containment to help you with the time. Now, I want to start by just acknowledging the contributions and the remarks made by Honourable Nganko. She's not here, but I wanted to appreciate that she does attend meetings of the Portfolio Committee. she does come to meetings. So for that, I will not say much about, except to note the points he has made. There's only one matter where I think she took a dangerous off-ramp, which I can't live without correcting. She says that Nasi Spani, she calls it mediocrity. But I think intellectually it is mediocrity when you ridicule a job creation initiative, a job creating program, and then still complain about unemployment. But I also think she undermines the contribution, the benefits, the income that flows into, and the benefits that, and the assistance that goes to the beneficiaries and the people that are assisted by Nasi Spani. I think she underestimates the value this adds to households and to the families of the working class and the poor. So in that way, it doesn't work that you can decry unemployment and then still condemn initiatives to create jobs. I think there she's, I think something is completely wrong there. Let me leave her for now, because she does attend portfolio committee meetings. Let me go to Honorable Moriarty. I think with you are, okay, you're not new, but you gave a maiden speech. This is your first speech since you came back from your political tourism. So let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. You made a new speech, so the principles established by the ANC in this House is that we should have courtesy for new members like you. So I wouldn't want to break the good principles that the ANC established in this House, that new members, we should have courtesy. You know, and so I'll leave you there. So let me go to the points that Honorable Kanyile made, and also acknowledge you as the chair of SCOPA. I know you spoke as a member of the portfolio committee, but your eloquent and very well-articulated input in the debate, I think, compels me to acknowledge you also as the chair of SCOPA, because I can hear those issues coming out. There's just one matter I would like to appreciate in your input, Honorable Kanyile. I think you're bringing, and also this is for the benefit of Honorable Moriarty, free basic education you gave him, without interfering with what I said earlier. But I think Honorable Moriarty tried to explain his understanding and appreciation of outcomes. But I think you took the matter very high, because you are talking about outcomes that we seek to achieve that are very strategic in how we build a new nation. You talked about building a national democratic society. You're talking about building a non-racial, non-sexist, united, prosperous, and of course, a very diverse society in line with the principles that we have outlined. You see, Honorable Moriarty, those are the outcomes, not the things that you were mentioning. You have defined outcomes in a very narrow way, and I think I'll advise you to just get a copy of that speech and understand when we talk about outcomes, impact, what are we referring to? So I think, thanks very much. And I think the polemic you have put forward about the role of the developmental state, how as this side of the House, as the African National Congress, we are conscious and deliberate about deploying organs of the developmental state to build a new society. We are not just here for narrow outcomes. We are guided by a strategic perspective that is derived from the Freedom Charter. Oliver Tambo, Moses Kotane. I think I want to leave it there because I might go on, and I've said I want to save time. But that's very inspiring for free basic education about outcomes. not what you were saying. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much. Secretary, the next order.
The next order is consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Is that Honorable Mogali?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The acting chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committees, Honorable Refilwe Mogali, tabled the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2022-2023 financial year. Chair of Chairs, please allow me to present part of the report. I'm not going to read as read. And I will go straight to recommendations, as our recommendations are linked to the concerns. The Portfolio Committee is concerned about the degree to committee recommendations after assessing the annual performance of the GPT and GIFA. The Portfolio Committee recommends the following and requires the response should reach the Portfolio Committee by the 1st of January 2024. On GIFA, GIFA should provide areas where and why were there material misstatements in the annual performance report and how such will be prevented from recurring. On GPT, the GPT should submit a progress plan on how it will overhaul the annual performance plans, such as performance indicators are not only quantitative, but they should have a qualitative aspect to gauge their impact on life realities. The GPT should provide a report outlining what impedes the effectiveness of its capacity building initiatives to delegated municipalities as evidenced by the poor state of municipalities. That the GPT should provide a report highlighting the quality of their recommendations to delegated municipalities with regard to the assessment on the budget and the extent to which there is an update of its recommendation. On acknowledgement, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to Honorable MEC Jacob Mamabulo and the head of department and her team. Appreciations for diligence, dedication and commitment shown during the deliberation on the annual performance report processes goes to all members of the Portfolio Committee, and the committee's gratitude is extended to all staff members. On adoption, Deputy Chair of Chairs, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Annual Performance Report for the 2022-2023 financial year in terms of Rule 1172C read with Rule 164. The Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury inclusive of GIFA annual performance report for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I get a seconder?
I rise to second Chair of Committees.
Thank you. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Order number 9 is the debate on the annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Instead of Malema, we have Honorable Modise.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Premier of the Province in absentia, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the Legislature, people of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Legislature, this sittings for constructive debate comes few days after resounding and profound mass action across the country to observe the 2023 16 Days of Activism for Non-Violence Against Women and Children campaign, which was launched on Saturday, November 25, 2023, under the fundamental theme, Accelerating Action to End Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, Leaving No One Behind. Member Magagula, we meet today 10 years exactly after the passing on of the father of the nation, the President of a free democratic South Africa, Nelson Mandela. We'll continue remembering Nelson Mandela for what he stood for, because it was for his political beliefs that today we're sitting here as black and white under one roof. Deputy Chair of Chair, we have gathered here today to assess the joint effort of the provincial governments on annual performance matters, which were demonstrated by various departments for 2022-2023 financial year. The assessment to report back is mainly on how ANC-led government execute the mandate of social and economic transformation, which was anchored by recent ANC resolution to implement a key strategic issue to advance and respond to government priorities. Member Muriati, I personally am happy that you are back. Probably now that you are here, you will assist Solim Simang. Solim Simang, for the longest time, does not listen to himself. I wonder whether he reads or whether he speaks for the public stance. Maybe he has a phobia of reading, or he has no ability to write speeches. Member Muriati, on Monday, Solim Simang said, and I quote, that he had crisscrossed the province and he had learned with great sadness that the Didier police station has been operating with one vehicle of the two allocated to the station. Further indicated that the police station services an area of 420 kilometers. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the furthest place from Didier police station is Vanderbijl Park, and it's only 31 kilometers. Didier police station to Garankuwa police station in Tshwane is 128 kilometers. From Didier police station to Greytown police station in KwaZulu-Natal is 454 kilometers. I'm raising this information to show that Solim Simang is very lazy to think or lazy to conduct a mere desktop research. We know that because he's forever thinking about another Glad Africa scandal, or how can he get another kickback from a businessman that will physically engage him, like we have seen on a number of occasions on social media. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the furthest area serviced by Didier police station is Resteval, which is merely 10 kilometers away from Didier police station. Now, for Solim Simanga to stand in this house and tell us that Didier police station service 420 kilometers, it's ridiculous and shows a man that has no interest in the work of the legislature, because here he's unable to summarize and facilitate kickbacks. Honorable members, the Department of Infrastructure Development is in line with strategic priorities of the national and provincial government. One of the priorities set out in the National Development Plan is the massive investment in infrastructure development. Thus, the department implemented infrastructure programs that are playing significant role on radical transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization. In this regard, the department has demonstrated interest in contributing to skills development and enhancement of employment opportunities through construction of capital projects, ensuring safety, environment in schools, and maintenance of infrastructure. We have also noted that economic empowerment is also a key aspect of the department's strategic priorities. As such, there were initiatives that serve to empower women. For example, the allocation of budget of procurement of goods and services to women-owned companies. This is in line with SOPA 2022-2023 financial year. Imperative that focuses on revitalization of township economy and empowerment of SMMEs through mainstreaming of women and other previously disadvantaged sectors in the department procurement processes. This effort is justified by the department achievements, which was written on the whole on how DID performed during 2022-2023 financial year, which will culminate to the victory of the ANC in the upcoming election and take the people of Gauteng into confidence that the ANC is leading and carrying organization to the vulnerable people in the society. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as I move towards my closure, I also want to indicate that the department should re-examine their prioritization criteria to enable maximum benefit to be derived from scarce resources and ensure that there is equity in terms of five developmental corridors in the province. Since the dawn of democracy, the infrastructure investment by the Gauteng provincial government remains a fundamental pillar to deliver services to our people, to realize economic growth and potential investment for remote areas of the province for effective development. As I sit down, Chair of Chairs, let me remind everyone in this House that the ANC-led government believes in integrity, accountability, ethical and morality of leading transformation agenda under the auspice of infrastructure development and property management as a cornerstone to change the lives of vulnerable people, which was demonstrated on many occasions for the clean governance to pursue the sixth administration mandate given to us by the people of Gauteng. As ANC, we do have confidence on our provincial government to lead Gauteng communities for the better life of our people and the working class. In conclusion, Speaker, we have heard many of them telling us that we must prepare to be in opposition seats. What they have seen, the people of Gauteng and the biggest ANC voters, it's what is happening in local municipalities. And believe you me when I tell you that they are I'm not sure if the correct word is, so let me not say it, because I might be in trouble. But they are fed up, and therefore they will be going out in their numbers to ensure that they vote ANC and ANC in their numbers to avoid what is happening in municipalities, where we have the provincial chairperson of EFF taking state-issued blue lights, fitting them in his friends' cars, only to get involved in the accidents. They want ANC to lead and lead alone. They don't want what is happening in Eguruleni, where the EFF provincial chairperson has bought 2 houses, each worth 900,000 cash. He has bought 2 cars that worth 900,000 cash without tracing. So with this, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I want to thank you. I said to you, you must listen so that you can be able to respond. You must listen. Problem is that you don't listen.
Can we get the next speaker, Honorable Fuchs?
Chair, thank you. The annual report, Chair, depicts arguably the worst performance of this department in many years. What I would like to do is first to present comments from the analysis of the annual report by the research staff. Please note, not my comments, the research staff. And then to compare this against the comments of the departmental leadership. This will give you a view of the dishonesty that we are faced with. So the following are comments from the researchers. And they say, and I quote, the department only managed to realise 41% of the APP targets set, a decrease in performance compared to the 43% in the previous financial year. It's quite interesting that the department reports a different number. Secondly, Chair, and I quote, the recurring findings of the Auditor General's report suggest that the department is stagnant in its performance. The Auditor General also flagged material irregularities resulting in significant financial loss on 5 incomplete projects. This includes the R500 million that was peed against the wall by this administration on Anglo Gold Ashanti. The researchers go on to say, and I quote, the underperformance suggests that there has been a deviation by the department in fulfilling its legislative mandate efficiently and adhering to the pronouncements of the President and the Premier. Continuous poor performance in project implementation suggests a systemic failure. I assume you're listening, Member Maile. Next quote, underperformance in job creation and preferential procurement undermines the objectives set out in the GGT 2030 TMR and Economic Recovery Plan. Next quote, it is important to note that according to the 5-year plan, the department planned to complete 151 projects during the 6th administration, but only managed to complete 67 projects, which is a 44% achievement. That's disgraceful. Next quote, the department has reported that various targets were not met due to poor or delayed administration and non-compliance by officials. This either suggests that the department is facing capacitation issues or, disturbingly, corruption.
Honourable Fuchs. Yeah. Continue.
I could go on and on, but it'll take too long. Let us compare these damning assertions to the platitudes, also called fibs, presented in the report by the political leadership. The MEC says the following, and I quote, the past financial year has been a period of significant achievements. How do you compare that to what the researchers are saying? His next comment, our resolve to overcome these challenges remains stronger than ever before. That's good to know, MEC, but over and above resolve, you need expertise. Next quote, the department has been able to achieve notable milestones in the infrastructure build program and the creation of job opportunities. Really? I quote, the significant achievements of the department during the period under review, as summarised in this annual report, reflect how far-reaching our programs have been. I could present a list of failed and abandoned projects as long as my arm.
Take 2 departments, technical, what do you combine? Housing into infrastructure.
Can you mute? Thank you.
Chair, then we have the comments of the HOD. Let me give her her due. At least she does not use superlatives and does not tell outright lies. She says, the department has made some progress in certain areas. Note the language. She goes on to say the department will continue in its efforts in implementing its strategic priorities, and I would say that's the least we expect. She then says the department continues to be at the forefront in responding to the needs of client departments. I would suggest your clients would disagree. The department, she says, has committed to remain custodians of the infrastructure projects delivery department. That should go without saying. And lastly, a lot more work dedicated to improving the design and implementation element of the EPWP should be fostered. I agree. So, fellow members, despite the whitewashing I have referred to, we know that this administration simply cannot implement infrastructure. The only way we're going to get out of this hole is to pull in the private sector, both in terms of expertise and in terms of finance. I had the pleasure of christening the former MEC for Infrastructure, Mamabolo, when I called him Tap Tap for obvious reasons. In this case, I'd like to introduce you to Mendacious Maile. And if you don't know what mendacious means, please look it up. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Masilela.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will speak on behalf of Honourable Masilela. My name is Honorable Masole. Sorry, Chair, I'm just, yeah, okay, there's the speech. Speaker, the core mandate of the Department of Infrastructure and Property Development is to build, manage and maintain public infrastructure supposedly for radical economic transformation, modernization and reindustrialization. For the period under review, the department received budget allocation of 3.35 billion to maintain and manage public infrastructure. On the contrary, we cannot say there is anything radical when the department continues to underspend the allocated budget and fails to complete its capital project within its time frames. 112 million is a significant amount to be underspent, even though the department would like to see it as achievement, especially when converted into percentage, it equates to 97%. This money could have been used to complete some of the capital project that has not been completed for many years. There is nothing radical about the loss of over 200 million because the department has abandoned, including projects at Nansfield Secondary, Maibuye Primary School, Tubelihle Secondary School, Sempato Secondary School, Rasteval Primary School, Barcelona Primary School. Kutson Clinic, Maibuye Clinic have also not been completed. We must all agree today that the Department of Infrastructure Development is an absolute failure. Keganastad Clinic has been under construction since 2018, and Bikutsong CDC has been under construction since 2017. They all remain incomplete. When the department does manage to complete a project, usually 8 to 10 years later, the completed projects are not satisfactory. They cement socio-economic disparities due to the poor quality of work. Go to Mapenani Secondary School, Lakeside Primary School, and Mokobeng Primary School, and community and SGB members will tell you that the schools were better off before the department came to renovate and refurbishment their schools. Speaker, this is an indication of underperformance and brings into question the functionality of this department. Tenders are a serious headache, and it is clear this ANC government is unable to manage them. The solution to this challenge lies in the abolishment of tenders, especially for goods and services that the state can provide itself. The SG throughout the administration had raised that there are poor internal controls which lead to corruption and litigation. It also be noted that the department, Speaker, we must all be concerned in this House if for every financial year the department is a defendant of lawsuits. This does not only affect the department itself, but it affects service delivery to the residents of Gauteng. For the period under review 2022-2023 financial year, they are defending lawsuits amounting to 317.5 million. The ANC government loves tenders so much, and it will never build internal capacity and abolish the use of tenders. As the EFF, we believe radical economic transformation will be if the department is self-sufficient, self-sustaining to perform its own functions by initiating a state-owned construction company to employ construction workers and managers permanently. The department continues to underperform in achieving and spending on EPWP with rising unemployment and increasing poverty and inequality. It is unacceptable for DID to register under expenditure due to its inability to pay stipends to beneficiaries. The Department of Infrastructure and Property Development and many other Gauteng government departments continue to rent buildings, but its core mandate is to build, manage and maintain public infrastructure. We have since 2014 maintained that the state must have its own buildings to avoid having to deal with expensive leases and negotiating new contracts with private landlords. And for some reason, it seems like we have all forgotten about the Kopanung Precinct. Nobody talks about the Kopanung Precinct, where millions were spent to create GPG Precinct to house departments. As the EFF, we continue to implore the department to refrain from its continued renting of buildings and instead call for it to buy properties to house government departments, understanding that governments will always exist. And it is high
your time
time
is
that
up,
it owns its buildings instead
Suleng,
of
your
empowering
time is up.
capitalists whose main
Can you
purpose
sit down,
is to
Honorable
maximize
Suleng?
profits and taxpayers' expenses.
Suleng, sit
We
down.
further advise the department to establish a state
Let's,
construction company
can you
to
switch
do
him
all
off?
government construction-related work instead of
Your
relying
time
on
up.
tenders and contracts.
What
Time
about the
is
tenders of Ekurhuleni? Sit down.
Honorable Dijagar.
Comments on this status, WhatsApp. That flight supposed to assist
Thank
the
you.
media, like somebody
Thank
else.
you, Chair.
So here are the allegations.
The
Sorry, there was political
2022-23
interference
annual
in the
report
WhatsApp.
indicated that
Is that
Gauteng
allowed?
Department of Infrastructure Development received a final appropriation of 3.4 billion for the financial year, with the spending of only 3.2 billion, leaving 112 million unspent. The department incurred fruitless, wasteful expenditure to the tune of 21 million and irregular expenditure amounting to 339 million. The department did not achieve on many of its targets and several of its key performance indicators. My colleague, Member Fuchs, already spoke about that. However, the department collected only 54% of its targeted revenue, a significant shortfall, and we want to recommend that the department should put measures in place to improve on revenue collection. Payment of municipal rates and taxes, where the department only paid 1 billion rand on rates and taxes, or 80% of what it owes municipalities. Again, we recommend that the department take action to significantly improve on the payment of rates and taxes. Pay on time. Completion of infrastructure projects, several of them have not been completed, has been highlighted already, including Phase A of the Kopanong precinct project. The department needs to implement measures to make and improve project management. The condition assessment of state-owned buildings, the GDID only conducted 4 such assessments against a target of 70, a dismal failure, MEC Menasius Maile. Creation of expanded public works program and work opportunities, only 12.021 EPWP work opportunities were created against a target of 21,009. The department needs to significantly improve on the EPWP opportunities. Other areas of where we need to see improvement, and we want to recommend that the department should review its procurement procedures to ensure compliance with applicable legislation, address the Auditor General findings, develop a plan to reduce the vacancy rate, and implement measures to reduce the employee turnover. The annual report for this financial year under review highlights significant areas where the department can improve its performance. The department needs to take these failures seriously and implement recommendations made in the report to enhance its performance. Gauteng has a major infrastructure backlog, and the province is unlikely to succeed in service delivery with inefficient, ineffective infrastructure delivery institutions. The department must improve financial performance, governance, and human resource management in order to fulfill its mandate to the residents of Gauteng. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fuchs. May I then call the Deputy Chief Whip, Metogo Makakula.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the Gauteng Legislature, people of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Honorable Chair of Chairs and members of the Legislature, infrastructure is a critical economic catalyst in Gauteng. The importance of this debate constructively outlined the good performance which was demonstrated by the department. This is based in our commitment in the GGT 2030, when we indicated that infrastructure would be central and key component to deliver a modernized, re-industrialized and integrated economy of Gauteng. This is not just a debate, but it is a session to recount how the department has performed in the 2022-2023 financial year on its commitment as reflects in its annual performance plan. The human resource capital is an important ingredient in building departmental capacity to drive its mission. The ANC-led government stood firmly to build a capable state, its premise on the employment of skilled professionals within the public service. Hence, MEC, your efforts to professionalize the department is not only talks to the ANC resolution, but it is about having a leadership of professionals who will effectively and efficiently discharge of the commitment we have made with the citizens of Gauteng to deliver a capable infrastructure which creates opportunities for skill development and job opportunities in different sectors of our economy. In the last ANC Lekgotla, we have mandated all deployees to ensure that they work to detect and eliminate waste practices linked to corruption and other by building robust systems for detection. Chair of Chairs, we really welcome the efforts being made by the department to this end by ensuring the strengthening of the controls on the financial management within the department. These measures will ensure that every rand from the department is directed to the important task of building infrastructure in Gauteng. Honourable members, the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management is in line with the strategic priorities of the national and provincial governments. The performance of the department, even though has partially achieved its objectives, it would need to improve in the management of the projects. It is a cause for concern that a number of projects have been delayed due to the problems from the side of the contractors. We also would like to call on the department to interface strategically with the security closer to manage the disruption of projects by community exogenous groups. Our commitment to empowering the Africans cannot be held hostage by those who are against the progress of the department, who always stop a number of projects. The ANC has taken a dim view of lack of spending of allocated funds to the projects. We welcome the strengthening of the human resource capacity within the department. We hope this will help in managing the projects such that no funds are left unspent. The department's focus on building local economic capacity is commendable. We have noted that poverty alleviation, fighting inequality and unemployment remain at the center of the strategic priorities of the department. The DID has also focused on implementation of job creation initiatives for the previously disadvantaged vulnerable groups, youth, women, people with disability, and military veterans. We also appreciate that. The allocation of budget for procurement of goods and services to women-owned companies, this is in line with the SOPA 2022-2023 financial year imperative that focuses on revitalization of township economy and empowerment of SMMEs through mainstreaming of women and previously disadvantaged sectors in the department's procurement processes. The departments are therefore encouraged to place a dedicated focus on undertaking all the required planning processes and provide the portfolio of evidence to enable Gauteng Provincial Treasurer to allocate more funding for infrastructure development with intention to create job opportunity, particularly to the young people as a majority of beneficiaries of our province. This requires that department undertake due diligence during planning phases, apply credible prioritization criteria, develop business cases that adequately address all the planning issues, and that the capacity and capability to implement efficiently and effectively departmental work plan. Honorable Chair of Chairs, infrastructure is not only directly contributing factor to an improvement in the standard of living for communities. It reduces poverty levels and addresses inequalities, but is also a key driver in creating an environment that is conducive to economic development, growth, and job creation. Over and above the allocated infrastructure budget from the recent medium-term budget policy statement, will continue to consider projects that would be ready to address service delivery on the ground post the tabling of the medium-term budget policy statement by the Treasury. This is to ensure that greater efficiency on spending is attained and that more and better outputs and outcomes are achieved with fewer resources. Honourable members, one of the ANC provincial Lekgotla resolutions which took place earlier this year in 2023 is to further make a clarion call to enhance access for infrastructure development to encourage and attract the communities on massive poverty alleviation projects within our province for the benefit of the poor and the working class. These departmental achievements is a clear confirmation for the ANC victory in the upcoming national and provincial elections next year in 2024, as the people of Gauteng will confidently give the ANC a fresh mandate for the 7th administration to demystify the igniting the excellence of service delivery to the people of Gauteng, responding positively to the social compact for economic emancipation, as well as improving livelihood to address transformational agenda. I therefore congratulate and support the effort of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management on its annual performance to give more effective good initiatives to promote and develop infrastructure investment through advancement of national democratic revolution with the intention to move Gauteng forward. Wathinta bafazi, wathinta imbokodo. I thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makakula. I'll now give the MEC an opportunity to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs, all members in the House. The South African economy has been experiencing low growth with increasing budget deficit, meaning that government is faced with the harsh reality of fiscal constraints, and consequentially, this means that there is less money to spend on infrastructure development, which would also be a stimulus for the economy. Chair of Chairs, rebuilding infrastructure in the economy requires concerted and complementary action by the state and private sector to restore confidence in the country and rekindle the optimism about its economic prospects. An analysis of gross fixed capital formation within the construction industry in 2022 shows that construction activity was at its peak in Gauteng, with the province accounting for 42% of activity within the sector in 2022 at the value of 54 billion. And perhaps this is the reason why today we've not heard about Western Cape this, Western Cape that, because the facts are saying to the contrary. And this is macro, at the macro level. The Free State surprisingly to many, one would assume accounted for 19%, which is 24%. And you'll know that the Free State economy is smaller than the Western Cape economy, with KZN accounting for 13% at about 16 billion, and the Western Cape at 8%. I hope, because Madam Chair of Chairs, I've been insulted, so the member basically was saying I'm a liar, so it's not a problem. That's what the word you are using simplifies actually mean. But because the member, Honorable Chair of Chairs, and I know he's not going to take kind the fact that he's a dumb cop. He has failed to pass matric for the rest of his life. He does not have comprehension. And that's why he resorts to throwing insults instead of engaging. So we are giving you facts here. Dom cop, a fellow Dom cop who works with another Dom cop called Steenhuisen, an organization of people who don't like school, who don't like education, and you don't have comprehension. That's why you resort to insults. But you will not pass here because this side, we are not allergic to education. So the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management aims to position itself as a champion of Gauteng provincial government socio-economic and spatial transformation agenda through sustainable infrastructure development and comprehensive immovable assets. We have demonstrated that by doing a whole range of things. Because you lack comprehension, fellow Domcop, you lack comprehension, you will not understand the journey that has been traversed by this department. And the journey does not start now. It does not start 5 years ago. It does not start 10 years ago. This department, post-1994, it was called the Department of Transport, Roads and Public Works. And in the second term, later on, it was then called Department of Infrastructure, to move away from how the Department of Public Works has been doing things. So the department has been under construction for a considerable time. At some point, when Premier Mokonyane was a premier, I had a privilege of sitting in that executive council. We took a conscious decision as this ANC-led government that we need to capacitate and professionalize the department. That's why today, this is the only department in the whole country, not even national public works and infrastructure. In fact, the debate now by national public works and infrastructure and all other provinces, including the Western Cape that is led by Domcops, they are discussing on how best to adopt the Gauteng approach. We have nothing less than 141 plus professionals who are registered with professional bodies. You wouldn't know because you are not qualified on anything. You don't know anything about school. You are just a Domcop who's obsessed with the apartheid mentality. So I'm saying if you are not a Domcop who's obsessed with apartheid mentality, you will be engaging us on issues that have to do with the department. But you are not a professional, you know nothing. So I'm saying to you, the people that are in that department which you are insulting, they are more qualified than you. They add value in society. They add value in the governance architecture of this country. Yours, the only thing you know is just to hurl insults. So to try and suggest that this department does not have a capacity, it actually demonstrates your limited understanding of this department because you are obsessed with seeing wrong things. We have always been the first, and that's why issues like Anglo Gold Ashanti, we have been the first to actually ask the SIU to investigate. We have been the first to act and suspend officials who were implicated in this, and there are many others that we have identified and said we have to clarify. So to try and create an impression that the ANC as a governing party sits and deliberately decides that we are going to mess up things. It's disingenuous, but it's also consistent with your lies as a party that is failing dismally in the Western Cape. Listen, Domkop, I'm educating you. So what we are saying, Madam Chair of Chairs, is that we are on track. And that's why the Domkop, he can't take it. He called me a liar, I kept quiet. He can't take it. But I can take any insults from you because I understand you don't have anything to offer except to insult. But my responsibility as a person with a better and higher logic than you is not to stoop to your level, is to try and help you understand these complex issues that we are dealing with, because we are speaking at a very different level. You will not understand. Yours is to make noise. So where we are sitting as this provincial government, we are doing well, we are making progress, and that's why the 112 million, Member Dijega, you're talking about, and you are saying we've paid 80% of the raise and taxes. You are not telling the whole story. You know what is the whole story? The city of Johannesburg, when it was led by the DA, they overcharged us by over 200 million. The city of Johannesburg on raise and taxes. We could not have spent that money, which is meant for raise and taxes, to pay when already the city owes us money. But because you are dishonest human beings, you don't want to tell the truth, you want to create an impression that we are incompetent. But because we have systems in place, we're able to detect all those weaknesses. And the honest truth is, we could not have spent 112 million on a project that is already paid for, and that's why, and that's the reason why we could not. So, to create an impression that we have not spent, it's lies, it's not there. It's something that you are trying to create in your own mind. So, Madam Chair of Chairs, we want to thank the other speakers who have contributed in the debate. Member Makakula, Member Mudise. We note some of the issues and we want to take a debate with yourselves, Member Masilela, because I think it doesn't help to just talk about detenderizing. It doesn't help to just talk about the construction company. We are not fundamentally opposed to those ideas, but we're interested to understand what do you mean, because the devil isn't in the detail, so that we don't sloganeer and just talk, because with what we're doing with the Department of of Infrastructure, we are actually constructing that department we are talking about in practice. And that's why we've got more than 140 built environment professionals who are registered with professional bodies. Because we are not allergic to new ideas, we will gladly engage with yourselves, and perhaps you must sponsor a motion so that this Domkops can also have an opportunity to engage in a debate. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Secretary, please call the next order.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The 10th...
Secretary, please call the next order.
10th order, consideration of the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the financial year 2022-2023.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mudisa.
Chair of Chairs, earlier we had requested that, seeing that we were 3 hours behind schedule, we recommend that parts of the report that we're not going to read be considered as read, and therefore we concentrate on the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee on everything that is on the document. Chair of Chairs, after assessing the Department's annual performance report, the Portfolio Committee recommends the following and requests responses by Friday, January 26, 2024. There are 6 of them, Chair. 1, the Department to report to the Committee on measures put in place to ensure that service providers are paid in a timely manner and consequence management be implemented for those officials who fail to do so. 2, as recommended before by the committee, the department should develop and implement a strategy to blacklist poor-performing contractors by their identity numbers so that they cannot obtain any other work opportunities within the department or within the provincial government. 3, the department to establish a new directorate to oversee the function of the project managers. In this regard, the department should provide a report to the committee on the measures in place to develop this directorate. 4, the department should account in a form of a report about its failures to spend the budget earmarked for EPWP projects, which aims to elevate poverty in the province. Also to provide remedial measures in redressing underperformance in the program, as well as addressing supply chain management issues. 5, the department should provide a detailed plan on how it intends to tackle all findings raised in the AG's report, with some of them recurring from previous financial year. Lastly, together with the Department of Education, the GDID should report to the committee on the measures it will use to ensure the completion of Department of Education projects. On acknowledgement, the chairperson acknowledged the MEC, HOD, the department's executive for their efforts in consideration of this report. Further acknowledge the diligent deliberation of honorable members and the support staff for their dedication. In accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management present before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management annual report for the 2022-2023 financial year for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. I now ask, okay, can I check if there is a seconder to adoption of the report?
I raise 2 seconds.
Thank you very much. Okay. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. Thank you very much. Secretary, please raise the next order.
Thank you, Chair. Chairs, debate on the annual report of the Department of Human Settlements, including its entities for the financial year 2020.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Tong, please participate in the debate.
Thank you, Chairs of Chairs. We can only assess the Department of Human Settlement on how fulfilling its policy mandate, commonly referred to breaking new grounds, of providing the acceleration, delivery of housing, creation of jobs and economic growth, and providing quality homes for our people. The department planned 47 targets for the financial year under review, of 13 of the targets achieved being 28% and 34 not achieved. This is a clear indication that this department is taking poor masses for granted, with such huge margin, over 72% non-achievement towards their own set targets. The department throws taxpayers' money down the drain every year. They once more only delivered a total of 22% service sites against their annual performance plan, target of a total of 8,019 serviced, and yet again they failed by more than 78% of their planned target in the year 2023-2024 financial year. This again shows that they continue to dreadfully fail in whatever they touch. As per plan, they have continued to fail the people of Gauteng in completing incomplete housing projects and handing over the outstanding title deeds. In Hammanskraal, houses were built 10 years ago, but up to date, they still remain incomplete. The province has a backlog of incomplete housing units, which must be their focus to get these housing units complete and be properly occupied by their beneficiaries. We are now just talking for the sake of talking. When doing oversight at Jabulani, Mzimhlope and other areas, you get housing units that are complete but yet not occupied. Maybe they are waiting for the right moment to give the beneficiaries their houses. When these housing units get occupied or vandalized, they will unleash law enforcement agencies to evict these desperate and deserving people who are crying out loud to be provided by dignified housing for their families. We're currently in a situation, having a situation in Tukomsras where the department was only be able to issue 22 houses out of the 285 houses built in, and the rest have been invaded. This could have been avoided if the department had a proactive approach in the housing backlog. There remains today complete lack of oversight and transparency in terms of allocating of housing units. In many cases, our people are told that they were on the waiting list, when in fact there are no credible, reliable housing lists. If there was such a list, it should have been published in the interest of transparency. Chairs of Chairs, we want to tell you for free that today that the planned house redevelopment remains a pipe dream with this department. In the 2022-2023 financial year, not even single unit was converted into a family unit. What would be the difference this time around? The department does not have a capacity, and the only solution will be for the state-established, state-owned housing construction company to sort out the whole mess that the ANC has created. No South African should be a visitor in the country of his or her birth. Housing is a basic human right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tong. May I then invite Member Sirota.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. An examination of the 2022-23 annual report of the Department of Human Settlement reflects the department struggling to deliver on its core mandate and is unable to set and achieve realistic and meaningful targets in almost all of its programs. Its operations continue to be restricted and adversely affected by poor political and operational decision-making. It lacks effective leadership and experienced institutional knowledge. Despite many years of miscalculations, its inability to enforce fiscal discipline, effective planning, and accountable government practices is collapsing this department. There is a severe lack of communication and coordination between the department and the various housing agencies, such as the Housing Development Agency, the Gauteng Housing Fund, the Housing Partnership Fund, and municipal departments of housing. This silo approach has resulted in a lack of cohesion and sustainability, which can be avoided with effective planning, realistic goal setting, and better and more effective interaction with these entities and others, such as Rand Water and Eskom. There's a historical disconnect between the provincial departments and the numerous role players at the local government level. It continues to have a negative effect on the timely completion of projects. In many cases, projects are delayed due to failures in the delivery of bulk services such as water and electricity. Many large construction corporations I've interacted with complain about the lack of coordination and interaction between the provincial and municipal role players in facilitating the necessary regulatory requirements for the effective rollout of many projects. This is causing unnecessary delays in the completion and delivery of projects. The lack of bulk infrastructure and the inability to serve and maintain existing infrastructure remain huge impediments to the completion of mega housing projects in Gauteng. The unfortunate and unacceptable practice of handing over housing units to beneficiaries when either bulk water or electricity supply is not yet available is undesirable and should not be allowed by the department. An analysis of this annual report indicates a repetitive failure to achieve intended goals in almost all undertakings. In Program 3, for example, which deals with housing delivery and accounts for nearly 90% of the human settlements budget, Only 15% of targets have been achieved, even though 99% of budget has been spent. This discrepancy highlights the department's fundamental operational shortcomings. Inability to implement strategies, as reflected in the annual performance plan, despite the department's turnaround strategy, calls for a complete overhaul in the way the department functions, including how it operates. There's a need for an examination of its skills base, institutional effectiveness, implementation strategies, and monitoring and reporting mechanisms. What is most disconcerting in the analysis of the annual report is that there are instances where expenditures were incurred but no outputs were realised. Reasons for this include delays in the appointment of service providers. The report indicates that other impediments and limitations are preventing the department from its achieving its goals. These include FLIS, the Rapid Land Release Program, the Hospital Redevelopment Plan, the rollout of completion of units in the Urban Renewed Program, the upgrading of informal settlements to phase 3, the number of top structures not completed in respect of incomplete or blocked housing projects, and the failure to accelerate the completion of pre-1994 title deeds. The department has failed to achieve its service delivery targets in these initiatives as envisaged in the annual performance plan and the turnaround strategy. The report further refers to the challenges of the ever-increasing demand for housing in Gauteng due to immigration and the subsequent formation of new households. The high cost of well-located land suitable for housing development and the increasing number of informal settlements place a further burden on the department for which it has not yet found a solution. A major initiative of the department to create work opportunities driven by the EPWP incentive grant and the Human Settlements Development Grant has been disappointing, with the work opportunities being limited to 30% and 3% respectively. Further notable areas of concern include the failure to formalise any township against the target of 10 and the inability to acquire well-located land for the development housing, with only 10% of the target of service urban being handed over to beneficiaries. In terms of the Rapid Land Release Program and the inability to carry out remedial construction at any hostel in terms of the Hostel Redevelopment Program, it is of major concern that despite high bulk infrastructure value of the funding being transferred for the installation of bulk infrastructure, this has not been attended to. There has been little or no progress in the so-called resuscitation of the numerous renewal projects. This is despite interventions by the Human Rights Commission in areas such as Alexandra Township. It is also unclear why the planned target of breaking new ground houses was not achieved. This has had an enormous impact on the success of completion of projects in such areas as Winterveld, Shoshanguve, Tinasonke, Blue Gum View, Chief Laturi, Western Mega and Dan Klumi, amongst others. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements received an unqualified audit opinion on the findings for the 2022-23 financial year from the Auditor General. The report, however, notes non-compliance with legislative requirements, particularly in the areas of expenditure management, procurement and consequent management, which is aggravated by the fact that this is a recurring practice. The AG further reports lack of controls both in the policing of loan applicants and monitoring mechanisms insofar as the Gauteng Partnership Fund is concerned. There's a lack of effective financial preparation, planning and monitoring to ensure compliance with the operations of the Gauteng Housing Fund. From an operational point of view, there's concern with the return of 263 million from the fund to the National Treasury. The audit outcome for the Housing Development Agency remains unchanged as a disclaimer. The AG's major concern is the under-delivery of housing and the failure to allocate housing beneficiaries due to, and I quote, inadequate planning, ineffective contract management, delays in procurement, ineffective intergovernmental processes with municipalities and as implementing agents. There's a recurring theme with all agencies within or connected to the Provincial Department of Human Settlements. The Human Settlements Committee continues as part of its oversight role to carry out regular oversight visits to numerous projects within the province. This ensures that the committee can continue to examine the performance of the department when analysing reports submitted to the committee, particularly about the progress made on projects. The committee is concerned by the Department's severe operational distress and management. Other areas of concern referred to in the report include spending with poor delivery outcomes, the need to comply with AG recommendations, the need for job creation and the support of GOD-owned businesses, the poor process in the allocation of units, the lack of bulk electricity supply to many projects, and the lack of consideration and granting of job opportunities. The Department requires urgent interventions to enable it to turn itself around and achieve its core goals.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Mokale.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, honorable executive members, honorable members. In the Department of Human Settlement budget vote for 2023-2024, Minister Mamoloko Kubai said, and I quote, open quote, "As human settlement, we are committed to the covenant that we shall build the society in which all South Africans, irrespective of race, gender, and age, will be able to walk tall without any fear in their hearts, assured of their right to human dignity," close quote. Madam Chair of Chairs, this is the premise we should all be moving from. Key as it is to human dignity, housing is not only a basic human right, but also a key driver for achieving many of the other goals that pose an existential threat to us as a people, such as poverty reduction, health improvement, environmental protection, and social conclusion. These are the goals that the ANC government has deliberately targeted as focus areas towards creating a better life for all. Madam Chair of Chairs, we have just completed a decade of passing of our universally celebrated leader, Ntate Rolihlahla Mandela. It is fitting to support the premise above by what Madiba said about housing and human dignity. He recognized that housing was not only a basic human right, but also a key factor for social and economic development. He once said, and I quote, "A good head and a good heart are always a formidable combination. But when you add to that a literate tongue or pen, then you have something very special. And that is what we must give to all our children: a good head, a good heart, and a good home," close quote. In Gauteng, our human settlement program focused on 5 priority areas, which is hostel redevelopment, title deed restoration, upgrading of informal settlement, job creation, rapid let release program. On the 20th of February this year, in his SOPA address, the Premier of Gauteng, Comrade Panyaza Lesufi, said that the freedom that we fought for will remain meaningless if our townships, informal settlement, and hostels remain in squalor with sewage flowing freely together with uncollected garbage. He said that the gap between townships and suburbs is growing unabated, and that this gap must be closed, and the 2023 SOPA was setting a firm foundation for the mission. The Premier said that we will endeavor to convert our townships, informal settlement, and hostels to a better and respectable. In the recent oversight visit, it was reported that the department has achieved its target of 6 Johannesburg inner city hostels with bulk infrastructure assessment. The department has also trained 404 departmental employees on IDMS against the target of 400. Beyond that, they have also achieved their target with regard to a number of approved individual informal settlement upgrading plans prepared in terms of the National Upgrading Support Programs, as 20 informal settlement received the National Upgrading Support Program. Madam Chair of Chairs, the Human Settlement Department has overachieved its target of 90% of the properties transferred to beneficiaries for the financial year by 329%. On the improvement of our townships, our Premier said that our township are our new gold, with new malls and filling stations rapidly going up in our township. We must ensure that these investments benefit our people. Along with this, the Premier said that the township residential rental market or the backroom economy has been part of the township economy since the beginning of time. Madam Chair of Chairs, I'm standing here today to also report that the department is upscaling the formalization and upgrading of backroom properties. As the ANC-led government, we are empowering Abomasten to be in the real estate industry. Premier announced that 2,000 applications approved to the tune of 50 million, with potential to create employment opportunities. The department are working on ensuring the timeous lodging of zoning application and direct collaboration with municipalities on the delivery of this project of backyard dwellers. This is our view, in our view, is also in line with the National Development Plan and Small Business Development Mandate. Madam Deputy Chair of Chairs, it has also been reported that the Gauteng government owns 6 hostels in Gauteng province, namely the Merrifield, the GP, MBA, Merrifield and Roberts, LTA, Retabile. These are being converted into livable spaces with what we can call necessary value-adding services to them as well. Although all the 6 hostels under the department have been, all the 6 hostels under the department care have been installed with free Wi-Fi and data. Service providers who will clean the hostel frequently have already been appointed. The department is busy repairing broken windows, roofs, toilets, doors in these hostels. They will also install showers, toilets, reconnect electricity, collect refuse frequently with cleaning services by personnel from the Gauteng government. If people were to be honest, they would acknowledge that this has been the ANC position that goes all the way back into our policy document. In fact, it dates back to 1992 when we adopted our Ready to Govern strategic document. Madam Chair of Chairs, the issue of homelessness in our economy is real, and it has been compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has increased the number of homeless people in our cities drastically. To date, our government has relocated almost 3,000 homeless people and are given meals, medical support, clothing, and shelter. This reminds me of the work of distinguished Mbokodos who went before us. One such being Lillian Masidiba Matabani Ngoyi, popularly known as Lillian Ngoyi. And please allow me to call her Comrade Lillian Ngoyi, Mama Lillian Ngoyi, because that is what she was to us. She was concerned about the housing conditions of the black population, especially the poor and marginalized, who face discrimination, evictions, and overcrowding under the apartheid regime. She experienced the indignity of poverty and homelessness herself when she and her family were forced to live in the shelter, the site of the country's first urban land invasion in Orlando, in Soweto. She also witnessed the destruction of Sophia Town, a vibrant and mixed-race community where she had lived for a while by government in 1955. Mama Lillian Ngoyi spoke out against the housing policies and practices of the apartheid government, which she saw as a violation of human rights and dignity. She also advocated for the provision of adequate and affordable housing for all as part of a broader struggle for freedom and democracy. She once said, and I quote, "A house is not just a place for to sleep. It is a place where you can feel at home, where you can express your personality, where you can enjoy the company of your family and friends, where you can participate in the life of your village or town or township," close quote. This is the dream where we are feathering in the department, or our ANC government is feathering. Madam Chair, we agree with one famous Richard Roja, who was an Italian-born British architect, that there is no one-size-fits-all solution to the challenges facing our cities and townships or the housing crisis, but the two issues need to be considered together from an urban design and planning point of view, as well as connected upon a city, is a powerful paradigm and an engine for integrated and inclusivity. Going back to the SOPA, Madam Chair of Chairs, I want to remind this August House of another point which was raised by the Premier. He said that we must be the generation that should end informal settlement in our lifetime. He said we need to begin a process of managing, formalizing, and ending informal settlement. And I say we because we are part of the ANC government. We will be waiting as I close. Madam Speaker, the department has already intervened in the 731 informal settlement in our province. Of this, they have mapped the 639, and they have upgraded 179 informal settlement. As I conclude. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much.
Before Honourable Chair of Chairs, can I request the table there to have time here, because he was not guided, it disappeared. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs and members of the House. One of the most prevalent phenomena in modern society is what psychologists have termed the illusory truth effect, or more simply, the illusion of truth. This is the factual reality amongst human beings, that repetition of something makes that thing appear or seem to be true, regardless of whether it is indeed true or not. This illusionary truth effect is the tendency to believe that false information is correct merely by virtue of being repeatedly exposed to that false information. A 2015 study actually came to the conclusion that familiarity can actually overpower rationality, a fact which is often used to great effect in marketing and advertising campaigns within the commercial world, but also to spread propaganda within the political sphere. An illusion of truth that we must definitely debunk, Honorable Sirota, is this myth that the DA governs better than the ANC and that the DA is a paragon of good and clean governance, as well as excellent service delivery wherever it governs. In Gauteng, voters in Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Ekurhuleni have already seen for themselves how blatantly untrue this lie is and how devastating and destructive DA governance can actually be, especially when one considers the interest of the black majority. One of the ways to guard against falling victims to this illusion of truth is to ensure that we put a stop to repeating such falsehood, as popular as they may be within society. Despite claims of superior governance or performance, Honorable Sirota, in the Western Cape, and the reason why you have not said anything about Western Cape, like the previous, the last Domkop, who was debating on behalf of the DA, that is because the Department of Infrastructure and amalgamation of human settlement, transport and public works in the Western Cape failed to meet all its critical targets for 2022-2023 financial year. And in fact, it has been the worst performing provincial government department in terms of audit performance for the past few years. The Standing Committee on Infrastructure Annual Review of its performance on human settlement delivery actually highlighted the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure and Performance, as well as flawed financial management practices. The department there delivered 5,380 houses as against the target of 8,463 for year under review, 1,230 service sites as against the target of 2,747, and 3,727 title deeds as against the target of 1,150. Concern was expressed about the low level of the target set about that in the department since they have failed. And the Auditor General identified material misstatements in the Western Cape Department's annual report and also cited internal control deficiencies. Only one of 6 targeted informal settlements was upgraded, and there was under expenditure on conditional grant, including the HSD grant and the informal settlement grant, and there was also increase in the irregular expenditure. So this is the reason why you said nothing about the Western Cape, because you are dismally failing there. So for us, as the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement, we continue to implement our 6-pillar turnaround strategy that you have spoken about. And I had an opportunity to take you through that turnaround strategy, 6-pillar. And I'm happy that you have seen how successful it has become since we have put it in place. We're in Scopa last time, and we're also in the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee. And we're able to show you, pillar by pillar, how we have progressed. You know that when we came, there was a huge irregular expenditure. You know, when we came, there were a lot of incomplete projects. But sitting there, and I know, Member Sirota, and I want to respect you just for one thing, because by the way, I don't agree with everything that you have said, rather most of the things. But what I at least respect about you is that you don't resort to insults. You try to poke holes in our presentation and in our performance, even when sometimes you know yourself, because in the committees we explain some of the constraints that we face. But at least you don't degenerate and insult us. And we don't have a problem because we are not allergic to being criticized, because we are not perfect. And in fact, a discussion like this, the interactions we have in the portfolio committee must make us better. We want to be better. We are not perfect human beings. But if you choose to insult like the other DOMCOP, then we would have problems. And we continue to invest as the department in building the capacity of the institution to deliver on its mandate, implementing systems to improve efficiency and effectiveness, evidenced by the fact that we have fully automated invoices submission. And that's why we are paying 98% of our invoices within 15 days. That is why we are paying 80% of our invoices within 10 days. We don't have the 30-day issue. Some of the things that you are not acknowledging, and by the way, your fellow members there, they didn't clap hands for you because you were not insulting. You were trying to debate, and they were not impressed because all they want you to do is to insult, because they know and they've seen how this provincial government has evolved and how we have improved on different areas. And we can go to different departments on different areas. You would have seen that firstly, when there are weaknesses, we are the first to acknowledge, and we act decisively without hesitation to solve those issues, because we are not perfect. We know that there are always hiccups. We have operationalized our project bank in order to accelerate human settlements. And maybe I heard you talking about the mega projects. It's part of those project bank. We know where our projects are. And I'm happy as well that you have spoken about the limitations of bulk infrastructure. I agree with you. That is a big problem which will require an integrated and comprehensive approach. That is not only dependent on the provincial government, it's also dependent on how we work with the municipalities. And that's why I want to take you to task. Let's have a meeting with Mayor Brink and talk about projects in Tshwane that are stuck because the city of Tshwane believes that these are ANC-led government projects and they don't want to invest in bulk infrastructure, despite the fact that they've got the USDG grant. They are playing politics. Your party in Tshwane there. So I'm saying to you, if you mean well and you are genuine, organize that meeting with your mayor, organize that meeting with the MMC there of human settlement. We've got a project that in fact now your party is trying to politicize of relocating the Mamelodi flood victims. Your former mayor, that other chap, I forget his name, he didn't want to buy that land for the people of Mamelodi. We came in, we bought the land. Now, people can't be relocated because the city does not, the city still does not want to contribute towards leveling the thing and making sure that it is restructured for people to be able to settle there. We are putting more money and giving that money to the city, not doing it ourselves, because our preoccupation is to ensure that our people get services. So I'm tired of a DA that likes criticizing and that likes spreading propaganda, and I'm saying to you, you have an opportunity here in Tshwane to demonstrate that you care for the people of this province, for the people of that municipality. Leave the fact that you have mismanaged that city, as you know. Leave the fact that you have mismanaged Johannesburg, you have mismanaged Ekurhuleni, and we are dealing with your mess now. So I'm saying to you, Member Sirota, I note your criticism, but I would like us to engage further. Well, the EFF, Shem, like I said, we will talk about the construction company. We don't have a problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MEC. May I make a request that we also refrain from calling each other with names that might actually cause chaos or problems in the legislature. So there is honorable members in the legislature, Honorable Maile, not Tom Cops. Yeah, but angisho wena iyeke. Ungayingeni impika kama ibuyi. Yeah. So we need to refer to each other as honorable members, because I believe that you're honorable members, except you do something disgusting that is not honorable, then you'll be removed from the house and be actually referred to as that particular person. So for now, can we then move and invite, thank you very much for your contribution to the debate. Can we then move to Member Ndlovana to give a committee report? Thank you very much. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Annual Report of the Department of Human Settlements, including its entities for the financial year 2022-2023.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ndlovana, please present the report.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chair. Chair of Chair, I'll request the House to consider the part of the report which I'm not going to read as read due to the circumstances which were prevailing in the House. So I'll go straight, Chair of Chair, to the recommendation as they are linked to the committee concerns and findings. Committee proposed recommendations. The department should provide response to the following by the 31st of January 2024. The department should take into consideration concerns raised by the stakeholders during the public meeting dated the 9th of November 2023 in Naledi Hall in Soweto. Recommendation number 1, the department should submit a report on the number of houses completed and incomplete for the 2022-2023 financial year, taking into account the expenditure of 99% against the delivery of 15%. Furthermore, the department should state the measures it will employ to enable better performance in the next financial year to achieve planned target. Recommendation number 2, the department should submit a detailed report on an expenditure against delivery and waiting list within the province. Number 3, the department should provide plan on how they intend to respond to the Auditor General findings and implementing its recommendation. Number 4, the department should prioritize creating job opportunity and supporting GOD-owned business as unemployed and a major problem not only in the province but also in the country as a whole. 5, the department should provide measures in place to achieve the percentage of the land acquired during the 2014 to 2019 within the priority development areas rezoned. Furthermore, they should also provide areas falling under PDAs before setting targets to avoid poor planning. 6, the department should provide plan to ensure that completed units are allocated to beneficiaries for oversight purpose. They should submit a detailed report on how many housing projects were completed, not allocated, and specify the municipality. 7, the department should provide steps taken to resolve the issue of electricity. 8, the department should make a concerted effort in considering people with disability for employment, empowerment, opportunity, and work with with a community organization that cater for people with disability in this regard. On acknowledgement, Madam Chair of Chair, the chairperson wished to thank the MEC for Women Settlement, Honorable Maile, the head of the department, Ms. Pim Banjwa, and her team. And the chairperson wished also to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement, Member Armohale, Member Mshagaza Manamela, Member Schneeman, Member Shirote, Member Tibulsi, Member Tong, and Member Dlamini. And furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation by the contribution of the support staff for their dedication and commitment. On adoption, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Women Settlement present to the House the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement Annual Report for the 2022-2023 financial year for adoption, taking into account the concern and proposed recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Jovana. Is there a seconder?
I ask to second.
Thank you very much, Member Serote. May I now put the question? All those who are in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Transport and Logistics, including Gautrain Management Agency and G Fleet Management for the financial year 2022-2023.
Member Mfiko, will it be okay if I start with you? Or it's okay? Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. I will now call Member Nell to please contribute to the debate.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The Gauteng province has one of two options. We can take a beautiful highway towards the future, where we experience growth and prosperity, or we can choose a road full of potholes, slowing down our growth and performance. When we look at the year under review, it seems to me like we are firmly on the potholed road instead of choosing the fast, well-built highway to a prosperous future. Why do I say this? Well, you only have to drive on any provincial road in this province and you will see what I'm talking about. Our provincial roads are badly maintained, full of massive potholes that do not just kill tires but also cause serious accidents. According to the province pothole app, at least 13 roads belonging to the provincial government needs to be rehabilitated in order to be properly used by motorists. The reason they have to be rehabilitated is because they were not maintained according to their design specifications and they were allowed to degrade to the point where they require rehabilitation. So most of our provincial roads have reached their design life of 25 years, so maintenance to keep them operational is more crucial than ever before. You see, rehabilitation effectively requires the rebuilding of a road because of its state of degradation. This comes at a cost starting at about 182,000 Rand per square meter. This is much more expensive than resealing of a road, a preventative maintenance action that starts at around 55 Rand per square meter. This form of preventative maintenance helps prevent potholes, and it is much cheaper than even filling a pothole, which costs between 700 Rand and 1,500 Rand per square meter. The lack of maintenance of provincial roads do not just contribute towards more expensive future repairs, but it also contributes towards other costs to the economy. It is estimated that badly maintained roads contributes to the cause of about 20% of all road accidents. If one takes the cost of congestion, accidents, insurance, loss of life, and increase in logistic costs that contributes towards the cost of living, increased cost of living, then bad roads cost us even more than the work that we have to do to repair them. So therefore, the lack of maintenance and our economy just increases the future costs for Gauteng government, where much cheaper maintenance solutions can actually save us millions in the future. But unfortunately, the leadership of the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, or Logistics as it is known now, has failed the province and failed to conduct the most basic maintenance on our roads. A well-known example here is the lack of maintenance that led to a disaster, which is the Hendrik Potgieter Road case. We all know that this main road washed away during massive storms earlier this year and caused major traffic problems for the users of this road. I must pause and congratulate the department for repairing the road in record time and putting it to use, back to use last week. I hope we can treat all builds in the province in future with the same urgency that we did with Hendrik Potgieter Road. Maybe we can learn something there from how to deliver projects. But this disaster could have been averted. For years, local residents have complained about, during raining seasons, about the flooding in the area. Many of these complaints was relayed by myself to the department and the previous MEC, and to ask to sort out the perennial problem. We also warned the department that waterway that passes under the Hendrik Potgieter Bridge caused the flooding was not well maintained, and disaster will strike as a structure below the bridge was about to weaken. So the department ignored our warnings and pleas and failed to engage Joburg to maintain its waterway to avoid future flooding and the weakening of the structure. The end result of ignoring the problem that was growing in stature over the time was a disaster that has cost taxpayers millions of rand to repair. Another example of how the lack of maintenance leads to disasters in this province, just like the Bank of Lisbon fire. Chair of Chairs, Gauteng sit with an even greater future problem. Our roads are starting to run out of space for the growing vehicle population it has to carry. Gauteng motorists and logistics companies experience longer travelling times between their bases and their destinations every year. The road construction plan will not keep up with the rising demand. In 15 to 20 years from now, we will become a gridlock province if we do not do something right now. If we want to choose the pothole-free highway option, then it is critical that Gauteng embarks on a major investment in its public transport infrastructure so that we move commuters off our roads onto reliable, safe and affordable, people-centred public transport. In 2024, government will publish its plan to devolve rail to other spheres of government, and this poses an opportunity for Gauteng. If it is managed properly and we can expand our rail network in the province by incorporating the current PRASA network into the Gautrain network. Our aim must be to improve the PRASA network to match the quality of Gautrain. In doing so, we will attract more commuters who sit in traffic at the moment to a more productive form of transport. Rail offers the highest fare collection rate of all modes of public transport, obviously excluding minibus taxis, and should, over the medium to long term, also replace major medium bus routes in this province that are problematic with especially North West Star buses not running regularly as they continuously run out of money. Just like we run out of electricity. As a province, we also need to review the bus rapid transit system planning as it's been poorly implemented in Gauteng. Chair of Chairs, the RTMC has shown the way that we can offer more services moving online, especially vehicle and driver license renewals, and we need to get the department into the 21st century to move more services online. We should also expand the renewal of vehicle license to other service providers as the post office is slowly going out of business. It is easy to move the service online, but we still need capacity for those who cannot or do not want to use online services. The department has a huge potential as a contributor to economic growth and can accelerate job creation in our province. But for this to happen, we need to see more intent and commitment. We need to see projects that are completed on time and on budget. The appointment of credible service providers and the reduction of legal cases delaying tenders and improved project management is required. We need to conduct a review of the province's integrated transport plan and come up with a plan that Gauteng's residents can understand, believe and support. Unfortunately, this is unlikely to happen under the current administration, who is more focused on populist politics instead of growing our province and restoring its economic standing in the world. The DA is ready for the challenge to take over government in Gauteng and in this department so that we can govern with intent, integrity and honesty and make this provincial government one that can truly belong to the people of this province. It is time to rescue Gauteng from the ANC. Thank you.
Member Masoleng.
Not so quick, my friend. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Speaker, the less said about this department, the better. This department is a disgrace to the people of this province. Its primary mission is to facilitate and provide an integrated transport system that is reliable, accessible, safe, and affordable. But it does exactly the opposite because of its mismanagement of resources allocated year in and year out. Each year we are being subjected to abuse, where we are expected to debate non-performance and listening to excuses without any consequences. We are tired of this non-performance by this department and its failure to meet its own targets as explained in their annual performance plans each year, especially with the budget allocation it receives. In the year 2021-2022 financial year, they received 7.74 billion, which was just wasted because key and critical capital projects were never completed. In the year 2022-2023 financial year, they were allocated a whopping 8.48 billion, which saw grave mismanagement of the budget. Speaker, we are not going to jump and sing praises when this useless confidently tells us that for the financial year we are debating, they did not incur any unauthorized expenditure. What must be more important should be how prudently they have spent taxpayers' money. First things first, the department has materially underspent the budget by 763.5 million. The key programs that got affected by this underspending are the most critical ones, which is transport infrastructure and transport operations. How are we as the people of this province going to have an efficient and integrated transport system when this department is forever a defendant in various lawsuits? The annual report says that for the 2022-2023 financial year, claims against the department amount to 413 million. We are in trouble because this ANC people are creating never-ending debts for all of us, from their national government, provincial, as well as the local government. By the time they leave office next year, which they will, we will be left with debts to service and with no country to call our own home.
Yes.
Construction of K63 road that connects Pretoria CBD and Pretoria East remains incomplete to this day. This is one of the busiest roads because it carries huge traffic volumes. We are also being told that this road construction is at 69% toward completion. This is after the department has injected 400 million, which was not even the initial budget to the project. That seems to be endless. The initial contractor and those who are responsible for this mess within the department will never be held accountable. Contractors are appointed without specialized skills. Speaker, the time is now for this province to seriously consider establishing a provincial roads construction company. We cannot afford to continue throwing state resources down the drain. Next year, after taking over the government, we are going to make sure that we establish a provincial roads construction company and abolish these corrupt tenders. It is sad reality that the department is unable to reduce services times at the driver's license testing center and motor vehicle registration and licensing. We have noted the report regarding the system which is utilized to monitor service level standards. They are experiencing system rebooting challenges which affects data integrity due to load shedding. Or is it back now? It is criminal of the ANC. It is criminality of the ANC government to normalize criminality by continuously cutting off electricity for business society, including in this house, which resulted in 2 members getting seriously ill yesterday. If you can fail to take care of your own, how can we all expect service delivery to the people of Gauteng. The department is claiming downturn in the economy due to COVID-19 pandemic that has seen the highest increase in the unemployment rate to 35.3%. This COVID-19 excuse has become a rhetoric, repetition of an old record. The department claims to have implemented various infrastructure projects through the expanded public works program.
Thank you very much,
which is aiming at creating job opportunity for the most vulnerable of Gauteng citizens in local communities. Speaker, these are not permanent or sustainable jobs. What
don't be disrespectful.
To mention is the contracts which ended and added to the number of unemployed. Anyway, we all know the EPWP only benefit the ANC card carrying member. Speaker, this Gauteng remains serious concern for us as EFF. It continues to be allocated billions of rents and taxpayers' money, and the majority of our people are not using. The majority of Gauteng residents are using buses and minibuses, taxis in the financial year. This agency was allocated 2.7 billion. And for the period under review, it reviews 265 billion. This budget allocation is too exorbitant and needs to be reviewed. Speaker, lying with the ANC, with the ANC's DNA, the time has now arrived for you guys to just admit
I can't call you an honorable member if you're behaving like this.
Expired.
Thank you very much. Can you switch off a mic? Can you switch off a mic? Thank you. Is it off? Okay, Honorable Mfikwe, you can start speaking.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Let me acknowledge the Honorable Premier of Gauteng, acknowledge members of the Executive Council, Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority, Honorable members of the Legislature. But
no, that was disrespectful, ne? You dare try that in future, I'll kick you out of the city. I will kick you out of the game. Ma'am, asiko strateng mo. This is no, you can't. You alika shapili mutu it's into wrong matsogo. Because that's you can't. And when in the wrong, serious. Kushut ni wrong ni nangokwenu mos. Kushut ni nangokwenu ni wrong. Because if a person behaves like this, then when you give her a label, the okay? She already wasted my time. And I'm not just going to keep quiet because whenever you feel that I must not say what I want to say. In future, you try that, or any other member try that, will kick what I want. I'll physically kick that person out of the legislature. Honorable Member Mfikwe, start from the scratch.
thank you, Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Ntatele Sufi, Honorable members of the Executive Council, the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority, Honorable members of the Legislature and Gauteng residents. We want to start off, Honorable Chair of Chairs, by wishing our portfolio chair, Honorable Sneeman and Honorable Khadebe, speedy recovery. We hope that they will take care of themselves and they will rest a bit. One of the service delivery mandates of the January 8th movement, Honorable Chair of Chairs, is to provide safe, accessible, and affordable public transport for our people. Our 2019 elections manifesto calls for government to invest in public transport infrastructure. Accordingly, the 55th National Conference of the ANC resolved to invest in infrastructure to create efficient and effective public transport. This resolution finds expression, Honorable Chair of Chairs, in Chapter 3 of the National Development Plan, which calls for the country to make large investments in public transport. Transport plays a significant role in the social and economic development of any country. It is on that basis that the ANC-led provincial government has identified integrated, accessible, as well as affordable public transport system as the key priority area that is meant to unlock socio-economic development. We strongly believe that the investment in road infrastructure provides much needed access to services, facilities, and opportunities for our residents. As a result, Honourable Chair of Chair, the impact these investments in road infrastructure augurs well to the strategic objectives of the National Democratic Revolution that include the need to deepen democracy, expand on people's well-being, and to create a better life for all in a conducive environment. Investment in transport networks, Madam Chair of Chairs, can influence the functioning of labor market, business productivity, as well as competitiveness. These impacts interact over time and can lead to improvements in economic outputs and the geographic distribution of economic activity. They can also impact on the environment, quality of life, the overall attractiveness of towns and cities. Honourable Chair of Chairs, let me take this opportunity then to appreciate the work done by the department, as they have achieved 72% of their indicators in the financial year under review. Accordingly, these indicators are based on the revised annual performance plan of the department against the actual performance at the end of financial year. It is also encouraging that the administrative program of the department have achieved 83% of its output indicators and in the financial year under review. We would like to further commend the department for having achieved its set targets on the procurement spend on broad-based black economic empowerment, on empowering suppliers, township-owned enterprises, as well as black-owned enterprises. This achievement, Chair of Chairs, underscores the ANC-led government's commitment to promoting the inclusion of black people in the mainstream economy, as per dictates of the Freedom Charter, which dictates that the wealth of the country will be shared amongst its people, as well as all other industry and trade shall be controlled to assist the well-being of the people. It is also consistent with the ANC's election manifesto on economic transformation that commits the government to help grow small enterprises, help grow cooperatives and township as well as village economies for economic transformation. It is important to note that the Transport Regulation Program have collected revenue amounting to 4.5 billion, which is an achievement by 68 million from the targeted revenue. Honourable Chair of Chair, we want to congratulate the department for completing the heavy rehabilitated road from Diepsloot to Meldersdrift, as well as the R42 in Van der Bijl Park. We're also noting the ongoing work on Whitmead Drive to Allendale Road. Also the rehabilitation between Babsfontein and Cullinan, upgrading and doubling of Solomon Mahlangu Road from the N4 to Mamelodi onwards to K54, and other projects which are meant to create easy mobility for Gautengers. Honourable Chair of Chair, we are building a Gauteng province together. It is noteworthy that the Gauteng Management Agency achieved all 29 of its output indicators which were set under the financial year under review. We applaud the management for allowing Gauteng to assist in fairing sports fanatics when major sporting activities are happening in our province. We also appreciate the gesture of encouraging learners to explore the entity. We hope that these activities will assist in increasing the ridership of Gautrain trains as well as the use of buses. We take this opportunity to congratulate and welcome the new CEO of the entity. Notably, Madam Chair of Chairs, G-Fleet Management achieved 60% of its output indicators under the financial year under review. We note and appreciate the work done by the acting CEO incapacitating all GFleet offices across the different provinces. We indeed call for stability in the entity. We call upon the department to pay attention to the above entity to further improve the underachieved indicators. Honorable Chair of Chairs, Remojo. Let me again take the opportunity to commend the department for registering improvements on its financial performance. Accordingly, the department had a final appropriation amount of 8 billion plus and recorded an under expenditure amount of 9% in the financial year under review. The department has achieved an unqualified audit with matters of emphasis in this financial year under review. This audit is a huge improvement, Honorable Chair of Chairs, that was achieved against the backdrop of a series of yearly poor performance in terms of the audit outcomes. We commend the department for achieving this great milestone. We are confident that there will be no regression and the financial prudence will improve for the better. This improvement can be attributed to the appointment of the permanent HOD in December 2021 and resultant filling of number of senior management vacancies. We believe these 10 things around. We also congratulate and welcome the new CFO that has been recently employed in the department, and we wish him well. To the MEC and Team Gauteng Transport, job well done. Similarly, Honorable Chair of Chair, the Gautrain Management Agency utilized the entire allocated budget and achieved all of its 29 output indicators that were set for the financial year under review. We were also under review and also achieved a clean audit. Well done to the team as well. This noteworthy performance by GMA remained consistent in all financial years. In contrast, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the GFleet management achieved an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis. This entity also recorded an under expenditure amounting to 86,000, which is 10% of its budget in the financial year under review. Like Kaiser Chiefs fans, who management ya GFleet bangawi umoya. They must continue striving for achieving all their targets and spending their money as allocated. Honorable Chair of Chairs, in conclusion, we commend the department for making great strides towards the improvement of service delivery. In the same vein, we implore the department to improve performance in areas where there are pockets of underachievement. Notwithstanding the challenges, the department remains steadfast in improving service delivery for the betterment of all people of Gauteng. Honorable Chair of Chairs, as I take my seat, I want to open this quote, knowing that the resultant features of high-quality infrastructure can stand not just as pillars of transportation, but cathedrals of democracy, close quote. This quote is by Pete Buttigieg. We are building Gauteng, a province of champions together. We hear our Premier, Honorable Chair of Chairs, when he says, let's talk more work. Remojo, ANC leads, ANC lives. Saitebogela, Chair of Chairs, Tlogolo Sabatlakoli. Ke a leboga.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mfiko.
Speaker,
I'll now
point of
call
order.
upon the
Speaker, Chair of Chairs,
Honourable-
point of order. Chair of Chairs, the colleagues online says that the sound is off. They cannot hear the House.
I can't hear them. Those that who have joined online. Oh. Can we please fix that? Okay. Thank you very much. Let me call Tlabela to respond to the debate. No, let's hear if the MEC hears. MEC Tlabela? Ms. Tlabela, please come in, respond to the debate. It has just been confirmed that yes, the system online is on and off, so there are technical problems. Can we quickly fix them? Please. It's a response to a debate. A ke sure gore o re mo jumpe o ra gore Mr. Shabalala. No, the son, there are issues with the son, so he can't just, because of the house, must actually compromise the health of her child. And she did submit an apology. Is it fixed?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You can respond to the debate. I hope you are listening.
Yes, the only person we could not hear on the line is Honorable Mfikwe, but the rest of them, we heard them. Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and good afternoon to Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, as well as colleagues in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Maybe one should start with Honorable Nell, and I always say to Honorable Nell, he needs to learn to unlearn what he has learned throughout his entire life. And one of the examples of why he should unlearn what he learned throughout his entire life is that Tia Kolisi, the captain of the rugby team of South Africa, managed to lead the rugby team 2 consecutive terms to get us a World Cup. And that symbolizes black excellence that Member Nell does not believe in. And Chair of Chairs, just to respond to Member Nell on our lack of plan on road maintenance in our province. Member Nell, if you attended portfolio committee meetings, it was going to be easy for you to understand what is the plan for the department on road maintenance on our provincial road network. That we have contracted for 3 years what we call RIFSA 1 and RIFSA 2 under road maintenance grant to assist us in road maintenance of our province. That means pothole fixing, grass cutting throughout our provincial network, including litter picking. The other issue that Member Nell raises, Honorable Chair of Chairs, is the issue of what he termed a disaster because the department ignored warnings from himself on Hendrik Potgieter. And Member Nell is just shy to accept that the provincial government committed itself to ensuring that that bridge is rebuilt and rebuilt on time and at a cost. I think Member Mfikwe, in her speech, would have clarified Member Nell. One other thing that we must accept, honorable members in the House, is that it's not easy to construct road infrastructure in our province, and there are various factors that affect it. And amongst them is, yes, it's true, poor performance as a result of those who are contracted to do the work on our behalf, as well as community unrest that continue to
affect not only road infrastructure, but infrastructure development throughout the country. And one of the things that we are trying to do and make sure that as a department, all our projects are not disturbed, Chair of Chairs. We have established what we term a rapid response team that will assist in ensuring that as and when there are complaints, queries, but also community issues that affect our road infrastructure, we are able to respond swiftly on those challenges and speedily. And I think honorable members in the House can attest to that, especially those who are positive about a democratic government. The other issue that we have been dealing with and struggling as a department and as a provincial government is the expenditure on public transport operations grant that is characterized by a whole lot of challenges based on an old contract. And there is one area that as a department we're focused ourselves to ensure that we eradicate the under expenditure, and we're confident that in this financial year 2023-2024 we will be able to spend. But more than expenditure is providing a quality bus service to people of Gauteng and those who stay in the north of Gauteng in Tshwane, and the commuters forums there will confirm what we are saying, Honorable Chair of Chairs, that in consultation with them we have tried to ensure that we put measures in place to ensure that the bus service provided to them is of quality, but also with less disruptions. The Honorable Masoleng speaks of, I think I tried to address her, speaks of K63. We don't have K63. I think she was trying to speak to K69 in that connects people of Mamelodi with either Tshwane or Johannesburg. And we are happy that Honorable Chair of Chairs to announce to this August House that we are almost done with that at the point of completing that road infrastructure. We are at 93% completion. Yes, of course, this is one of the projects that are characterized with a lot of challenges. And as a department, we tried hard to resolve that. Despite all the challenges that we are faced with as and when we are trying to improve our transport infrastructure and road infrastructure, we are happy that we have started to hand over road infrastructure to road users in Gauteng. One of those is K73 in Midrand that we have already handed over to the people of Gauteng, and people of city of Johannesburg can attest to that their journeys are now less stressful. We are about to also hand over, actually, the Hendrik Potgieter project is completed, and we will be handing it over tomorrow. And many other road infrastructures, the D483 in Cullinan, in Bronkhorstspruit, east of Tshwane, it's also completed and will be handed over back to people of Gauteng. So it's not true that we are not performing. We are a performing department. Yes, of course, we were characterized with a lot of challenges, and we have put measures in place to ensure that, and mechanisms in place to ensure that we deal with the challenges of the past of this department. We are also establishing what we term TISH expansion of services through establishing DLTCs in different townships. We have finalized and we are ready to hand over a DLTC in Mnandi Mall in Atteridgeville. We have already handed over Xavier DLTC in Omonde, and we are working hard to ensure that people of Soweto, people of Motlhakeng, and people of Ekurhuleni are able to also enjoy the effective services that we are intending to provide to people of Gauteng through the DLTCs that we are establishing. One other project that will assist us as part of our contribution to combating crime in our province is the new vehicle number plate system that we will be launching very soon with the Premier, and we worked closely with other stakeholders, the CSIR, the RTMC and the RTMS, as well as the SAPS and SABS, and we will be launching that number plate. Like I said, we have worked hard to improve on the contract between ourselves and the bus operators that work under the bus subsidy, and we are looking forward to ensuring that we spend under this area of work. One other area of under expenditure under the year under review was on the compensation of employees, which we have made sure that in this new financial year, and I think those who sit in the portfolio committee and overseeing the department are starting to see the improvement in that regard. Chair of Chairs, we also have established the
MEC, your time is up.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I think in closing, I would like to say, like Winnie Mandela, we will rise and forever be with our communities, and we are calling upon honorable members in the House to join us when the Premier will be handing over appointment letters to 6,000 young and old people of Gauteng to be part of our program on road maintenance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, we need to move to the next order. Secretary, please call the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Transport and Logistics, including Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet Management Agency for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
I'm not sure who's replacing Greg. Honourable, is that you, Honourable Mfikwe?
Yes, Chair of Chairs.
Okay, Honourable Mfikwe, please present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. On behalf of our chairperson, Honourable Nyeman, I do present the oversight report for transport and logistics. The parts that I'm going to be read, can I take them as being read and tabled to the House? And I will move straight to the committee findings and concerns. Detailed findings and concerns of the committee that would relate to K46 and K69. Committee is concerned about the continued delays in the construction of these two programs, the impact this may have as well, intended outcome, as well as the impact on the provincial budget going forward. With regards to the transport operations, the committee is deeply concerned over the low level of attainment of service delivery targets in this program, noting the challenges that exist within the public transport space. With regards to G-Fleet Management, Chair of Chairs, the committee is concerned over the continuous reconciliation of the entities' invoices, noting that this process has been ongoing for almost the whole of 2023 calendar year. On our recommendations as the committee, the following has been recommended to be presented in written responses by the 6th of February 2024. One is that the department should consider investigating the delays and implications on the budget and project timelines in the construction of K46, William Nicol, and K69, Solomon Mahlangu, that results in work stoppages and the department must take necessary action with relevant contractors.
Honourable Mfikwe, can I just disturb you a bit? Can you move to the next mic? You are not audible. Yeah, come, yeah.
So should I proceed?
Yes.
Am I good? Okay, I'm continuing. I get it off chairs. I don't go back. Thank you. On the recommendations that the department should consider investigating the delays and implications of the budget and project timelines in the construction of K46 William Nicol and K69 Solomon Mahlangu that results in the work stoppages and take necessary action with relevant contractors. The second recommendation is that the department should provide the committee with a detailed on a detailed program on the measures in place to ensure attainment of service delivery targets, the transport operations program, and progress on the appointment of new subsidized buses contracts in the province. The last question is the department and GFLIT management should provide the committee with a detailed report on the progress made in the collection of outstanding revenue from owing client departments in line with the planned interventions. The acknowledgements will be acknowledgements to all members of the committee. I'm not going to mention them, and the MEC as well as the HOD and other departmental officials. Gratitude would go, of course, to all portfolio committee members who are for their commitment to the oversight process, including acknowledging the role of staff and committee support to the work of the committee, and they are really appreciated. On adoption, Chair of Chairs, after due consideration, the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, Gautrain Management Agency, and GFLIT Management second quarter performance report for the 2023-2024 financial year. In terms of Rule 117(2)(c), read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this August House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the department, Gautrain Management Agency, GFLIT Management, on the second quarter performance report for the financial year 2023-2024. I thank you very much. Okay. Kitty Mayani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. Is there a seconder for the adoption of the report?
Chair, I second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nell. I now ask the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Thank you very much. Can we then move to the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, including entities, for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now request Honorable Letsie to open the debate. Letsie Mogale, yeah. Karo surprised. Are you surprised? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. We swapped.
Who swapped? Oh, okay. The chief whip didn't communicate that to me, but it's fine. May I then request Honorable Ngeli to please open the debate? Madam Speech, and please don't disturb.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Speaker, and the House and the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Tate Panyaza Lesufi, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of legislature, people of Gauteng, they're not here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sylvia Mtungeli. I'm going to present the speech of DED, Department of Economic Development. I'm a member of Department of Economic Development, not like yesterday. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we met here today under the notion that Congress of the People's Assembly in Kliptown adopted Freedom Charter on the 26th of June 1955, which was categorically stipulated that the people shall share in the country's wealth. This clause subsequently complemented by a clause which says all shall enjoy equally human rights. Chair of Chairs, is clearly indicated that the national wealth of our country, the heritage of all South Africans, shall be restored to the people. The mineral wealth beneath the soil, the banks and the monopoly industry shall transfer to the ownership of the people as a whole. All other industry and trade shall be controlled to assist the well-being of the people. All people shall have equal rights to trade where they choose, to manufacture, and to all trades, crafts, and profession. Chair of Chairs, they illustrate that Freedom Charter became a great beacon of hope for millions of South Africans, uniting a common struggle for dignity, equality, and social justice. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, our mission, Chair of Chairs, as the ANC, has consistently been the creation of better life for all South Africans, which a creator focuses those who cannot afford to provide for themselves. Chair of Chair, our goal has always been to provide houses and basic services to all our people who live in poverty. And then we are talking about the poor of the poorest and the vulnerable in order for them to provide for that families. Basic needs under economic development, key priority for emancipation of socio-economic interest of all residents of Gauteng. Chair of Chairs, the recent annual performance report under economic development outlined numerous achievements in the current financial period, despite the challenges confronted the department to speed up the service delivery in the people of Gauteng as a whole due to economic constraints that are prevailing for the social and economic conditions globally. Chair of Chairs, we are doing so focusing on our highly growth priority sectors and infrastructures, investment projects that will unlock the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization of the different corridors and districts of the city region. Chair of Chairs, these sectors for economic development are ranging from automotive across space and digital service, which focus on the gig economy, energy with a focus of new technologies and diversify the energy mix, tourism and hospitality, industrial cannabis for economic empowerment and job creation for young people, people with disability, and women in general, to address social compact for economic emancipation. As the industrial hub of the Sub-Saharan Africa, the Gauteng City region, Chair of Chair, has adopted a strategic posture of leading the way to the industrialization and economic transformation agenda of our provincial government under the driven vision of Economic Development Department. To implement the decisive ANC resolution to make a great of 2030 a reality. Chair of Chairs, at the end of the development of the single multi-tier special economic zones in the primary anchor of our industrialization agenda, it is our goal to have at least one SEZ in each district or metro, specializing in district, sector, and industries. In each corridors, the program being made at the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone is inspiring. The three spheres of government and investing billions of rands in infrastructure development, which has unlocked the potential investment of local suppliers of Ford Motor Company. This is biggest foreign direct investment since the Number Economy Summit, which was taking places in the province, igniting the possibility of a huge investment hub. Chair of Chairs, Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone will produce over 200 vehicles by 2023, which regard as in massive achievement of the people of Gauteng and great empowerment for that matter. The annual report, Chair of Chairs, also reflected the good story for people of our province regarding entrepreneurs and the SMMEs. TASES is providing non-financial and financial support to almost 262 SMMEs in our province. Chair of Chairs, the development phases of the special zones will assist to empower different sectors of our economy, including women, youth, and people with disability, will play a significant role in the projects, with more opportunities expected to the creation of
As I conclude, ma'am.
Yes, I'm concluding. It's too much. Department of Economic Development is obliged, Madam Chair of Chairs, to work closely with the West Rand District Municipality, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the African Development Bank, Sibanye Stillwater, and Basmark, West Rand Mega Park, and Bukamoso, Baruna, Small Scale,
Time is up, ma'am.
Leruna, Rebat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we please read the rules? When a person is presenting his or her maiden speech, there is no howling. I can read to Thank you very much. Honorable Atkinson.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General's report and the annual report of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development paints a positive picture of an organisation with improved audit outcomes and a clean audit. A line in the report, however, does point to one of the major concerns around the department's performance, and that is its failure to reach targets. The department has only met 47% of its targets for the 2022-2023 financial year. The department's biggest failure has been its inability to create jobs. In a province with over 2.6 million unemployed, the most important issue for most residents is access to jobs. In Gauteng, the department's target for job creation over the past year was to create 572,784 jobs. The Department of Economic Development only managed to create 3,062 jobs, or 0.5% of its target. This current government claims to be a progressive movement that is concerned about the poor, but I'm sure the 569,722 who never ended up getting jobs because of the department's failure may think otherwise. While many may talk about being pro-poor, the truth is there's nothing more pro-poor than a government that actually delivers and provides opportunities for its people. In that light, one of the most recent quarterly labour force surveys points out that 175,000 jobs have been created in South Africa during that quarter under review. 172,000 of those jobs were created in the DA-run Western Cape, while only 3,000 jobs were created in the rest of the country. Many potential small business creators will be reticent to invest time and money into creating businesses that might create jobs if they do not have a reliable source of power. Load shedding has cost Gauteng residents hundreds of thousands of jobs and is delaying the possibility of turning the situation around. Unfortunately, a few generators from China will not cut it. The Premier needs to lay out a communicated path as to how the load shedding crisis will be resolved. One of the other factors that will lead to an increase in growth and jobs in Gauteng is a proper investment in infrastructure to provide roads and rail services for goods to be moved around Gauteng and out of the province. While the Economic Development Department saw an improvement in its audit outcomes, the same could not be said for the Gauteng Gambling Board, which suffered a regression in its audit outcomes. This is due to standard procedures not being followed and a lack of proper oversight over its audit procedures. The GGB, like the Gauteng Liquor Board, is a regulatory body and as such should be setting an unimpeachable standard in the industry. Of even greater concern have been reports of financial maladministration and malpractice at the GGB. It has been well reported in the press that the CEO, Karabo Mbedi, does not have the correct qualifications for a position and was foisted upon the board by the MEC Matara. Mbedi has allegedly been implicated in a forensic investigation conducted by the organisation SKX, which states, among other things, that she is involved in maladministration, financial misconduct and governance breakdown in the disbursement of funds allocated to the GGB Social Economic Development Department. It's also evident that the CEO has been suspending and removing some of the longer-term senior employees of the board. This is a worrying development, as it appears that the organisation has been hollowed out of its institutional knowledge and corporate memory, which often precedes people taking actions they know would not get past senior employees. The only real hope for the 2.6 million unemployed in Gauteng is a change in May 2024 to a DA-led government. In this way, Gauteng residents will experience the positive differences a DA-led government will offer. They will experience a responsive government that will work for everybody and will make it a priority to get the 2.6 million unemployed back to work, which the present government seems unable to do. The DA will bring Gauteng a government that looks to provide opportunities to the many, rather than a few connected cadres. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Atkinson. I will now call upon Honourable BF Badenhorst.
Badenhorst. Thank you, Chair.
Badenhorst.
Horst.
Okay. My apology for pronouncing your
Chair. The department's
surname wrong.
expenditure in the quarter under review was an amount of 578.3 million out of the budgeted amount of 563.1 million, with a variance of 2.70%, amounting to 15.2 million. Why this variance within the 3% threshold? Why is there a sinister motive to that 15.2 million? Chair, cadre deployment in the ANC is well and alive. Until cadre deployment, as the ANC strategy of building civil services capability is scrapped and government reconsiders the implementation of BEE at all costs, the South African state will continue to erode until it collapses if systematic causes are left unaddressed. The SMMEs and procurement. The purpose of preferential procurement is to enable socio-economic transformation by giving preference to the previously disadvantaged groups. SMMEs and local production, these rules have overburdened critical public organizations by adding financial costs, reducing effectiveness, and spending space for patronage systems to take hold. When procurement constraints lead to failure, it excludes and disempowers the very people and businesses the framework is intended to benefit from. All preferential procurement is a core problem in the country's national power utility. At Eskom, this led to the creation of a whole ecosystem of middlemen who are adding little value to the organization. Businessmen are not interested in investing in South Africa because of load shedding. Volkswagen AG board member and Volkswagen passenger CEO told the government to focus on fixing the country's regulatory energy and logistic problems. They are asking, why are they building cars in a less competitive factory somewhere far away from the real market? The reason for this is utterances because of load shedding. Youth unemployment, Chair. The unemployment issue that sees no solution in sight shows that citizens are at the mercy of a government that has reached the end of their own reasoning and creative thinking to turn the situation around. How do you come to the conclusion of youth employment in the Nasispani when you get 1,200 applications and 600 candidates with no colours and Indians or whites, for that matter, included? The unemployment level of 32% is awesome in South Africa, even if you can say it has changed, because sometimes some entities are closing doors. The township economy, Chair, has been revitalized, but it has died down because of incompetent people running the economy. A sizable percentage of finance is needed to revitalize the township plan, and there is a lack of entrepreneurial skills even. Economic development need to revitalize decaying inner city areas and implement mixed residential townships to facilitate adequate spatial planning. We propose as the EFF that the Gauteng government policies incorporate micro-enterprises to promote employment and inclusive economic growth. GOD, Chair, this thing is on my heart, it lies on my heart. Imagine out of all the youth and people of Gauteng, there's only 4 women that were empowered by the Department of Economic Development. 7 youth-owned service providers, 1 PWD service provider, no senior citizens-owned service provider. Is it not shameful
as
that
I conclude,
Gauteng can be undermined and treated like nobody's? What a disgrace is the ANC to its own people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll now call upon Member Litsie Mukhale. No, I'm sorry. It's Member Duplessis. Sorry, Member Litsie. Member Duplessis.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Almost good evening, Chair of Chairs, honourable members. It gives me no pleasure to read the annual report because no matter how glossed up the reporting is, the people of Gauteng are suffering. I've often said that the people making the decisions that impact our economy in Gauteng do not currently feel the pressure of being unemployed or what it feels like to live below the breadline. And if the KPIs aren't addressing this, the KPIs are wrong. It seems so many decisions are made without an understanding of what it feels like to be unable to feed your children, go without food, or simply not be able to pay taxi money. But I guess when one drives a fancy designer car, this is not part of your priority list. In the face of massive unemployment, starvation, and lack of opportunity, the Department of Economic Development in Gauteng still claims at a stakeholder meeting, and I quote, "We, as the GDED, are doing a good job." When none of the job creation targets have been met, in fact, the average number of jobs created per target is 1% across all strategic sectors. Tell me, is this a good job? Tourism is seen as a major contributor to economic growth that creates an environment for job creation. Yet, when most African and BRIC countries and one province in South Africa are all recovering from the impact of COVID-19 in all sectors, including tourism, the Gauteng Tourism Authority is still blaming COVID-19 for visitors avoiding Gauteng. But at the same time, they're going to the Western Cape. How does that work? Did COVID-19 only happen in Gauteng? I believe that COVID-19 is only an excuse. Surely it is time to move on, to be a leader, to find solutions, and to not just ask for more money as the GTA did at a recent stakeholder meeting. We have an incredible country and province. We have an incredible history as a collective. Our history is not only inspirational, but it is cautionary. We are doomed to repeat history if we forget it. But it seems the GTA, or Gauteng Tourism Authority, has forgotten to protect our history. Constitutional Hill's refurbishment is mired with questions regarding scope creep and mismanagement. Dinokeng and Marupeng are continuously in the media for questionable processes. There are broken down exit houses, there's decay in Kliptown, and the list is endless. I look forward to a day that the GDED and its entities talk about solutions and not blaming everything else. And things that are blamed, interestingly, are things like load shedding, crime, fraud and corruption, all of which didn't happen overnight, spontaneously. Without public representatives and officials from the governing organization who claim to serve the people and who do not serve the people. It is time to take responsibility and admit to the negative impact of your actions, your decisions, and the misaligned KPIs, money misspent. As a province, we can protect human rights and grow the economy. It is not a zero-sum game. When both of those are reached, we will get true freedom in Gauteng.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Can I then have Member Lucia Mokhale to also contribute to the debate?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. A ke dumedise batho ba ba leng ka gare ga sebaka se ka ditulo tša bona tše fapafapaneng. Let me join the country in commemorating the 10th anniversary of the passing away of our father Tata Mandela, and also join in the commemorations of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and the abuse of children. Internationally, Honourable Chair of Chairs, this day, the 5th of September, is celebrated as the International Volunteer Day for Economic and Social Development. It is therefore an honor and a privilege to be debating the annual performance report of the Department of Economic Development on this special day from all fronts. Honourable Chair of Chairs and members of the legislature, the ANC in its 55th conference placed the need for the organization to truly embrace its role as strategic center of power for social and economic transformation within the country. This assertion is premised on an organization which is capable to manage its policy implementation. It is an organization characterized by the ability to evaluate how it continues to serve the mandate of the people. Madam Chair of Chairs, this is one of the most critical departments which carries the hopes and aspirations of the people of Gauteng for economic emancipation, to attain economic freedom and salvage from the bondage of hunger and poverty across the boundaries of the province. As an ANC-led government contributing to the Presidential Fourth Industrial Revolution Commission, the Department of Economic Development is implementing the Gauteng Fourth Industrial Revolution Growth and Digitalization Strategy with its four pillars. This contributes positively to enable our city region to build a dynamic digital economy that offers employment to the youth and opportunities to the entrepreneurs. Jode, as a member would have said. Honourable members, we highlight key challenges and successes attained by the Department of Economic Development. The work undertaken by the department is guided by the policies and priorities adopted by the Gauteng provincial government, which are related to the transformation, modernization, and re-industrialization of the Gauteng economy, including focus on TEACH, which is townships, informal settlements, and hostels. In light of this, the department and its entities are implementing programs that ensure decent employment, revitalize township economies, stimulate growth and investments as part of its mandate for economic empowerment. The department have a vigorous intervention strategy to strengthen the capacity of the state to deliver services for the commitment of 95% compliance by the agencies to good governance principle and 100% spent against the budget allocation by the entities. Honourable members, this constructively reassured by the recent medium-term budget policy statement, which seeks to change the lives of the people of Gauteng and make everyone to participate on reconstruction and development of township economy, which inculcate business to thrive and create job opportunities to all sectors of the economy. The ANC, through its oversight mechanism, will continue to closely monitor the department's ability to deliver services and align with provincial priorities. Furthermore, we are impressed that the department, through its entities, are striving to create an enabling and conducive environment for job creation. The attainment of targets related to foreign or domestic investment remained a concern, as such investments are critical to create employment opportunities, and this is what we are acknowledging. Madam Chair of Chairs, we welcome the African Continental Free Trade Area, which came into operation on the 1st of January 2020, following the adoption of the Johannesburg Declaration by the African Business to expand into markets across the continent and for South Africa to position itself as a gateway to the continent and the world as a whole for trading purposes. Madam Chair of Chairs, we want to reflect on the milestones achieved by the department through the Gauteng Industrial Development Zones and the OR Tambo Special Economic Zone. Honourable members, ANC-led government is pronounced to announce the milestones achieved under the auspices of the Department of Economic Development through Gauteng Industrial Development Zone by igniting and delivering a food factory, which is the second largest refrigeration plant in the world. The facility is 22,735 square meters in size. The factory created over 2,256 jobs, where the high number of participants are youth and women. Honourable Badenhorst, taking a center stage with the potential for economic growth and sustainability. The food factory is projected to export 1 billion rands of products by 2025. Through facilitated delivery of 102 million gold refinery, which is metal concentrators, the department was able to develop the capacity to support South Africa's gold products for export of worth 20 billion rands per annum. The refinery has state-of-the-art infrastructure that has been introduced in South Africa through the Investors' Capability Initiatives to grow Gauteng together. The conclusion of the construction of the jewellery manufacturing precinct is imminent, with anticipated tenants occupancy for June 2023. I know there are challenges that we are acknowledging, but in conclusion, I want to join our Premier, Honourable Hendrik Panyaza Lesufi, as he was responding to the report yesterday in this House, when he said, "Will not be joining you to scream, will not be joining you to shout, but we call everyone to join in building a better Gauteng." Asize, Honourable Chair of Chairs, in shouting and screaming, but we want to join to build. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Litsie. I now call upon Honourable MEC Mutara to please respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, to the Premier and fellow members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, leaders of all political parties, all members of the Provincial Legislature, representatives of business, organized labour and civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we stand before you as the department representing the annual report of the Department of Economic Development as well as its entities. Our mandate is clear: to facilitate and promote economic growth and development in the province with a targeted commitment to enhancing inclusivity while improving competitiveness. And I want to believe that that is what we engage in every single day, looking at how to best facilitate as well as promote economic growth in our province. We are guided by the NDP, the MTSF, to address the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Of course, our overall performance of the DED accounted for 42% of our indicators, And yes, it does require realignment of those indicators, because the billions of rands that we have facilitated worth of investment into the province has not amounted to the indicators that we set for ourselves in terms of jobs. To address this, we need to embed systems in the fabric of provincial government. We need to look at some of the externalities which contribute negatively to reaching those goals. But we are on a path to be able to address them, such as our response plan for the energy difficulties, which include our investment in the SEZs, the special economic zones, in particular in the Vaal, which will see close to 3 billion rand invested over the next 3 years to address energy, not only for local consumption, but also for the export market. Let me also highlight some of the key achievements of the DED in the past year. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, we have made significant strides in supporting the expansion and sustainability of small and medium micro-enterprises. We have created a robust economic infrastructure network. We made sure that 40% of our procurement was spent on women-owned businesses. We have made sure that empowering women from historically disadvantaged backgrounds not only benefits them, but also has a snowball effect on growing townships, informal settlements, and hostels. Furthermore, we ensure that vulnerable groups in society continue to benefit from the government's work by paying our suppliers within 15 working days. Does this meet the mandate of the department to ensure economic activity in the province? Of course it does. This timely payment ensures the survival and sustainability of the many SMMEs who do business with the department. Not only have we sustained businesses that have done business with the department, we have also trained numerous SMMEs and individuals in the myriad of programs we have, not only by the department, but also from our various partnerships. Our commitment to consumer protection is unwavering. All cases referred to the Consumer Affairs Court were prosecuted, and we empowered an additional 250 SMMEs to comply with consumer protection laws. The liquor industry also saw a 10% increase in regulatory compliance, ensuring safe environments for both consumers as well as communities. One of our notable successes is the Tshwane Special Economic Zone. The Ford Motor Company has just 2 weeks ago announced its intention to invest a further 5.2 billion rand into the Ford Motor Company of Southern Africa's Silverton Assembly Plant to create the first ever Ford Ranger plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. Those are some of the milestones that we should be celebrating, because this is going to translate in jobs, in economic activity, economic opportunities, into also new skills being imported and created here in South Africa, first time on the continent, and that is what we should celebrate. Of course, yes, the VW Motor Company that you so eloquently spoke about, member, have raised concerns that we must be able to address, because those concerns not only affect the Eastern Cape, but they also affect us in Gauteng as it relates to the automotive sector. The logistics, the ability to be able to transport the goods that they export, the energy situation and load shedding. But the fact is that even with all of those and our ability and our commitment to be able to respond to them, we have the Ford Motor Vehicle Company, which has committed an additional 5.2 billion rand expansion on top of what they have already invested, which is about 3 billion rand to date. In terms of the skills development, I think there we have spoken on numerous occasions in the various sectors that we are responsible for, in the creative sector, manufacturing, as well as all related industries, our partnerships in creating the various work opportunities and developing skills for the youth. Of course, we do this through collaboration and partnerships, and we are actively involved in promoting innovation and technology-driven entrepreneurship. We launched the Gauteng Innovation Competition, which received over 500 applications from entrepreneurs across the province. So yes, we are supporting entrepreneurs. We are looking at how to further support them. The current winners receive funding, mentorship, and support to develop their innovative ideas into viable businesses, because it's not enough to identify them, but we have to be able to make sure that we close the entire circle, not only giving them access to market, but making sure that those who have received funding and mentorship now are able to run viable businesses. Despite these achievements, we are aware of the challenges that persist. The tourism sector, contrary to what you have presented, is recovering. In fact, we have got new visitors from new destinations, such as Algeria, such as other destinations from across Africa that have come into Gauteng. Of course, while you may downplay COVID-19, it has had a negative impact. We were at one stage 42 airlines landing at Gauteng Airport. During COVID, we reduced those to 26. We are now up to 37. So if you think that what COVID has done, not only to the tourism and the hospitality industry, decimated some of those numbers and even those businesses, the recovery has been steady, the recovery has grown, and also this year we have partnered in launching the revival and resuscitation of the direct flights between ourselves and Sao Paulo in Brazil. Of course, looking forward, what we need to do is strengthen the partnerships with the private sector, which is what we are doing, with academia, with civil society. We have to promote sustainable and inclusive economic growth by prioritizing sectors with high job creation potential. Of course, those are in manufacturing, agriculture, tourism, and the green economy. With the challenges in the logistics space, that creates an opportunity for us to really manufacture locally produced for the retail market. We also have to expand trade and investment opportunities. We also have to prioritize youth empowerment. We also have to promote digital transformation. And we also have to invest in infrastructure development, not only to improve connectivity, logistics, but also energy and efficiency. House Chair, Chair of Chairs, let me at this point just respond to the matter of the CEO of the Gambling Board. The CEO of the Gambling Board is a PhD candidate. She has a master's degree. I'm not sure what, beyond a PhD, what other qualification you need to be a CEO. Stop listening to gossip. Stop listening to people who whisper untruths and misrepresentation of facts to yourselves. I think it's unfair that a black woman, young, professional, highly educated, is ostracized by yourselves because you have failed to just ask a simple question. If you want her CV, I can give it to you. She has got 2 master's degrees. Her undergrad, she qualified in London. She has a law degree and she is currently a PhD graduate. More than that, I'm not sure what other qualifications you need. Stop listening to gossip. Stop listening to those individuals who are also anti-corrective measures in institutions which they believe they are entitled to own and run on their own, and have been left to do so for many, many years unabated. It must come to an end. It's what you continue to call for, and it's what the ANC-led government also continues to call for and will do. We are also sick and tired of officials in government who believe that government is their own fiefdom and can do as they please without any corrective measures. So allow us to correct it. In all my professional life, in all of my career, I have never overseen the employment of anybody who was a bodybuilder, of anybody who was a PA, of anybody who didn't have the requisite qualifications for the job that they were employed for. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for the response. We'll now call upon Secretary, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, including entities, for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyane.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The acting chairperson of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee, Honorable Kanyane, tables the committee's oversight report on the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, including entities for the 2022-23 financial year, as attached in this report. And again, I will indicate that the part that I'm not going to read, they will be considered as read. And again, I'll have to emphasize with all fairness that this report, it has been debated. Now, what is expected of the chair is to move for the adoption of the report. That is the sequence. You debate, then we move for the adoption of the report. But before that, I'll take you through the recommendations, which are recommendations from the concerns. Are very detailed, but I'll go from program 2, because program 1 is administration, and they've really achieved. They paid, that was the 15 days rather than the 30 days. Now, with program 2, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller should ensure that all financial statements and that they should be submitted appropriately, and that the Auditor General should be able to verify information submitted by this entity. And in addition to this, agency oversight program within the department should ensure that entities perform satisfactorily and that all information required is submitted by the entity. Now, a report on this should be submitted by the 29th February 2024. Now, going to program 3, the GGDA and the department should undertake a due diligence study, including a thorough validation process regarding the bidding and supply chain management processes undertaken prior appointing a contractor who will be taking the Constitutional Hill Visitor Center project forward. And this will allow for capable, reputable contractors to be appointed in order to complete the project timelessly and within reasonable cost. And then all this should be submitted by the 29th February 2024. Program 4, an update should be given on the implementation of the Lanseria Smart City Phase 1 project, noting that the City of Johannesburg and the City of Mogale municipalities have passed resolutions, while the City of Tshwane has still not passed a council resolution on the matter. And all this, we're saying they must really get into engagement, and we want really to get a report of these discussions and the outcomes. And that should be submitted to the committee by the 29th February 2024. The Automotive Industrial Development Center, we are saying they should explore other alternatives that will ensure that the Winterfeld Enterprise Hub is fully operational and that the SMEs housed within the hub are benefiting fully. And it should be noted that the memorandum of agreement between the City of Tshwane and the AIDC came to an end in February 2023. And that's meaning the city will not be repairing vehicles within the hub. And we are saying this must be resolved, and the report on this should be submitted to the committee by the 29th February 2024. Now, the general recommendations is that the department should, on quarterly basis, continue to report on the number of jobs created, both permanent, temporary jobs, and linking them to the funds that have been leveraged on the entire utilization of Township Economic Development Act as a vehicle for job creation. I now move to acknowledgement. Now, appreciation will now go to all committee members and specifically to the MEC, Honorable Mutara, and officials of the department. And again, the gratitude will go now to the honorable members, starting with Honorable Ngongeli, Honorable Letsie Mogale, Honorable Nkosi Malubani, Honorable Atkinson, Honorable Badenhorst, and Honorable Du Plessis. Honorable Adams and Alberts are indicated earlier in brackets, but with due diligence, you really, we will also afford that. Now, moving to Honorable Mugwevo, he attends, but in a very erratic fashion, but also will extend that to him and Honorable Hoffman. Now, let's go to the committees. The committee staff, We appreciate the work that has been done compiling this report, and we are also thrilled. And also, we really usher our accolades to the work done. Coming to the adoption, after due consideration to Economic Development Portfolio Committee, they unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Annual Performance Report for the 2022-23 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117(2)(c), read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Annual Performance Report for the 2022-23 financial year. I so move. Thank you.
Is there a seconder to the proposal to adopt the report? Member Letsie Mogale.
I rise to second, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. We now move to the second last report of the order of the day. Secretary, please read the order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Public Accounts Standing Committee Oversight Report on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statement of the following Economic Transformation Cluster Report: Gauteng Provincial Treasury, Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, Department of Infrastructure Development, Department of Human Settlement, Gauteng Partnership Fund, Gauteng Housing Fund, Department of Transport, Gautrain Management Agency, G-Fleet Management Agency, Department of Economic Development, Gauteng Tourism Authority, Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, Cradle of Human World Heritage Site, Dinokeng Trading Entity, Gauteng Gambling Board, Gauteng Liquor Board, Gauteng Growth and Development Agency for the year ended 31st March 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kanyile, please present the report.
Thank you, Chairperson of Committees. I, Sochaile Kanyile, the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, table the committee's oversight reports on the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the following departments and entities for the year ended 31 March 2023. Gauteng Provincial Treasury and its entity, Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, Gauteng Department of Human Settlement and its entities, Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport and its entities, Gauteng Department of Economic Development and its entities. I request, Honorable Chair of Committees, that because I'm tabling all the reports at once, that all the parts I would not have read, that they be considered as tabled. Just to indicate that one of the key areas that we want to speak to is what is referred to as the audit of performance information, which is normally known as PDO, which is predetermined objectives. The Auditor General's report has indicated that there are a number of challenges that the committees must be able to focus on during their oversight, particularly the fact that most of this performance have been reported without the reflection or without proper evidence or being provided. The Auditor General has also introduced a new system that assists us in our oversight or is able to enhance oversight on our side. This is called the culture shift, and I think Honorable Mariati earlier referred to it. As you would be aware, Honorable Chairperson of Committees, we've been raising this matter on a number of occasions, that reporting on targets achieved without giving us the indication of what were the outcomes is really not helping the oversight that we're supposed to be conducting. So we are happy that the Auditor General has begun to assist us in auditing that, and we will be responding, Chair of Committees, because the problem that is there as identified is that it is the sector oversight model and the way the departments are requested to report through the SOAR model of the legislature limits us to reporting on numbers rather than on the outcomes. Also, as part of the culture shift, the Auditor General has requested or has indicated that there's a need for us to focus on a number of projects that are taken by some of the departments, because in most cases some of those projects take long to be finalized or to be completed, or sometimes there is no evidence of some of the information that is supposed to have been delivered in that case. So this is a challenge to portfolio committees to ensure that they focus on that. The other part that I think I want to raise, Chair, is on entities and their performance. Because yesterday we spoke about the departments. It is clear that there's been an improvement towards clean audit by three entities, and also there's also an improvement to unqualified audit with findings by GFleet. The three departments that have improved towards clean audit are the Nukeng, Gauteng Liquor Board, and Cradle of Humankind. Unfortunately, there's been regression to unqualified with funding by Gauteng Gambling Board, and while the rest of the entities have retained their audit outcomes compared to the 2021-22 financial year. An interesting story, Chairperson of Committees, is that of the Housing Fund. It has consistently received a disclaimer. In the first year, in our engagement with the MEC, it was indicated to us that the intention was to close the Housing Fund. But 2 years later, the MEC came back and said that he was ill-advised because some of the officials had wanted to close the Housing Fund. He has discovered that there is an importance of this fund and that is legislated accordingly. So as a result, he started a process of reorganizing the whole Housing Fund, and we got a report now that that process is at the stage where it's almost complete. The organogram has been established, has been finalized. Some of the positions have been filled, and we're expecting that moving forward, that the Housing Fund will receive, will attain better audit outcomes. On adoption, after due deliberations, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts unanimously adopted its reports on the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the following departments and entities for their ended 31 March 2023. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury and its entity, as outlined in the introduction of the vote, of the order, the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, Gauteng Department of Human Settlement and its entities, as also outlined in the introduction of the vote, Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport and its entities, as was outlined in the introduction of the vote, Gauteng Department of Economic Development and its entities, as it was outlined in the introduction of the report on this of the reports by the Secretary. In terms of Standing Rule 1172C, read together with 164, the committee presents to this House the above-mentioned reports for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile. Is there any seconder? Honorable Mudise.
I stand to second the report, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please. Secretary, please call the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Transport and Logistic Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the state of readiness on green transport by the Department of Transport and Logistics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Due to unavailability of Member Skillman, who got sick earlier in the meeting, we'll then have Member Ndlovana to please read the report of the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chair. On behalf of the Chair Sneeman, I will be presenting Chair of Chair the adopted Focus Intervention Study Report on the state of readiness on a green transport by the Department of Transport and Logistics. Chair of Chair, I'll request that the part of the report which I'm not going to table be considered as tabled. I'll take the executive, the findings and the recommendations. In line with the strategic objective of the Department of a modern, accountable and development-oriented department, the committee agreed to undertake a study on the state of readiness on a green transport by the Department of Transport and Logistics. The committee noted that the electric vehicle trend is nearly and is projected to overtake the current internal combustion engine vehicle in the near future. There are currently 5 types of electric vehicle, namely battery electric vehicle, hybrid electric vehicle, plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, extended range electric vehicle, and the hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle. The sales of electric vehicle became noticeable in 2011 and gradually took off in 2015-2016 and jumped in 2020 despite the effect of COVID-19, and the key players in this market has been China, Europe, North America, South Korea, and Japan, with China taking a lead, then followed by Europe at a large in a sales of electric vehicle. The committee also noted that in response to the green transport, the Transport Department of the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics has launched a Smart Mobility 2030 entitled Growing Gauteng Through Smart Mobility. The strategy looks at taking advantage of the province's current standing as a gateway to Africa to position it at the freight and logistic hub for the country and the continent. In the national level, the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition is currently in the process of developing a green paper entitled the South African Road to Production of electric vehicle, delivering for the people, for the planet, and for the prosperity. Furthermore, the committee noted that the development of the coherent green hydrogen strategy for South Africa has been on the agenda for the past 5 years, and during December 2022, the proposed South African Green Hydrogen GH2 commercialization strategy was published for public comment. Taking the above into consideration, the department and also agreed to develop a Gauteng energy strategy within the boundaries of the South African energy strategy, with a view to strengthen and secure Gauteng's position as an economic engine of South Africa, utilize the knowledge and experience of Sasol and their production capacity of H2, utilize the strengths and opportunities of Gauteng, utilize the proximity of research institutions, universities, technicons, and TVET colleges in Gauteng, and create partnership with German and Nordic countries and with the business leaders in Gauteng, as well as to create partnership with the private sector, e.g. Anglo-American. In supporting the Gauteng automotive industry in the transition to the new energy vehicle, the Department of Economic Development has adopted the IECD GDED strategy and projects in support of the Gauteng automotive industry transition from internal combustion engine vehicle to new energy vehicle. The committee noted that the department focused on 3 areas which include the policy and legislation framework for NEVs in South Africa, IED strategy in support of automotive industry in Gauteng, and IEDC project in support of automotive industry in Gauteng. On policy and legislation framework for NEVs in South Africa, the committee noted that the department was focused on supply side in assisting manufacturing and export of new energy vehicles through the development of policy with the National Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, and the policy has been developed. Furthermore, the committee noted that the department also focused on the demand side by stimulating the domestic market through the development of auto green paper with the DTIC, and awaiting the consideration, therefore, of Cabinet for development of the white paper. In conclusion, the committee noted that the implementation of the green transport in a province is gaining momentum, and work is being done to ensure that the province and the country at large are in a position to reduce environment impact on pollution and greenhouse gases, like the governments in Europe and Asia, with an under pressure to move away from non-renewable polluting source of energy, renewable source of energy, and become carbon neutral by 2050. On committee findings, based on the presentation by the Department of Transport and Logistics, Department of Economic Development, and inputs raised by the stakeholders, the committee observed the following. The committee noted that the department, together with transport experts, undertook a study tour to Germany, the Nordic countries, in September 2022, with a view to understand the implementation of the green transport, and observed the following. European countries are keen to support initiatives in other countries that can produce green H2, and this support is offered in the form of funding, technology on research and development, legislation, and practical experience. The aim is to secure the required volume of green H2 from this overseas supply along before their target date of carbon neutral 2045, and Germany has already signed agreement with Morocco. The move to the decarbonized transport in Europe is gaining a momentum, and assistance was offered to research and development on the production and transport of H2. Furthermore, the committee noted that the development and coherent green hydrogen strategy for South Africa has been on the agenda for the past 5 years, and during December 2022, the proposed South African green hydrogen commercialization strategy was published for public comment. The intended outcome of the provincial strategy are undertake to reduce the hours of load shedding to key business and industry areas by more than half, become the market leader in the decarbonizing transport of the Republic of South Africa. On policy and legislation framework, the NEVs in South Africa, the committee noted that the department was focused on supply side in assisting manufacturing and exports of new energy vehicles through the development of policy with the National Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and the policy has been developed. On the IAIDC strategy in support of automotive industry in Gauteng effectively, the committee noted that the department and AIDC adopted a dual strategy with 2 parallel work streams in 2022, namely NEV strategy roadmap for Gauteng, where in the SCM process are at 95% completed and expected to kick off in early October 2023 and be finalized by March 2024. On the completed project, the department reported that they have investigated installation of charging station in Gauteng in 2022, and the project was not funded by external funding, proved not feasible as there is no near-term business case payback due to slow rate of adoption of South Africa and NEV, as well as need for collaboration with the major supplier. On committee recommendation, the committee recommended that the department should provide the committee with detailed report by the 6th of February 2024 on one, the progress on the process of appointing CSIR to do the energy audit cooperation with Sasol to install the first hydrogen e-fueling station in the Republic of South Africa, and the G-Fleet Bedford View alternate Benoni region, and the NEV Mobility Conference and the Expo during October Transport Month in collaboration with Africa Mobility Center, and the operation on Ben Pullen. On acknowledgement, on behalf of Chairperson, I'll appreciate and express to all the members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as the MEC, Kate Dialetabela, HOD, Dr. T. Mdadani, and officials from the Department of and the Department of Economic Development and stakeholders for cooperation during this FIS process. And I'll also acknowledge the members of the committee, and also on behalf of the chair, I'll also acknowledge the committee staff for their work which they are doing to the committee. On adoption, after due consideration, the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the focus intervention study on the state of readiness on a green transport by the Department of Transport and Logistics. In terms of Rule 165, the committee presented to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee focus intervention study on the state of readiness on green transport by the Department of Transport and Logistics, taking into account the comments and recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovana. Is there any seconder to the adoption of the report? Seconder to the adoption of the FIS report, Honorable Mbapa.
I second.
Thank you very much, sir. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. That was the last order of the day. We will be meeting for the last time tomorrow, the 6th of December. That is my son's birthday. I'm not sure that will come. The 6th of December 2023 at 10 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much, honorable members. Ralebo.